Yeah, Ben is doing that. Okay. We are hoping that he's going to bring something for us.
Let me bring you my laptop.
Ben said he's going to do that.
No, no, we'll take it from. We'll take it from. Can we take the information? More attractive. No.
Then why?
sectors. One of the good economic policies at the government is the one district, one factory policy. They send it as one. Perhaps this policy could be an entry point for district assemblies to create jobs for the teeming youth, as many of them are waiting for the one-team-one secretariat to provide financial incentives. The question is how much of the assembly's own money has been invested in this global initiative? How have the assemblies embedded this into their programs? Very little. How much of the district assemblies committed to promote policy to improve their local economy? Again, how much effort are they putting in to attract investors for their districts? Must it only be the responsibility of the central government to do this? This shows clearly that leadership at the local level has not been inspired and purposeful enough. Most access roads and streets in our communities are in a deplorable state, and it is the responsibility of the assembly to fix them. But for the other hand, it is the member of parliament or the president they voted for who must fix the roads. No, let's tax our local government to work. The military has to be found because
Richard. Richard.
The way you especially like funding sometimes when they don't have the funds they can go. To mobilize funds for loans through the collection of opportunities, marketings, and providing other important services like issuing permits, among others. If local governments become innovative and more committed, they can mobilize adequate funds internally without depending only on the central government to fix local problems, but go to the offices of the local government. Practically, is common fund. They need to intensify efforts to collect property rates and other sources of revenues if the background of infrastructure and services are provided. And because local residents do not get satisfactory services from their assemblies, they have also not bothered to pay any of their local taxes, even if they feel they must do so. In other words, social control between district assemblies and residents in the current local government system.
Here, public toilets always are very bad. The clinic needs some facilities.
The leadership role at the local level may be attributed to the fact that district chief executives feel more accountable to the center and not to the delegates, since the center appointed them to their positions. In 2014, the government initiated a whole process to amend part of the national constitution and other consequential laws to pave the way for democratic decentralization or devolution in the country. The proposed constitutional amendment was aimed to deepen local democracy and downward accountability. It would have been the beginning of a game changer in fixing the challenges facing Ghana's local government system. Changes to the consequential laws would have made it possible for the citizens to directly elect their metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Unfortunately, the execution of that constitutional amendment was called off due to inadequate public education, the lack of support from the major opposition party, inadequate elite consensus, misinformation, and apprehension. In addressing the challenges of Ghana's local governance system, it is about time to pick up the conversation again on the need to review existing local governance laws to allow for, one, the election of DCEs to make them more accountable to the people. Two, independence of DCEs from central government control and fear. Three, promotion of municipal citizen partnership through participatory budgeting, thus involving the people directly in the budgeting process, and not to think that when the assemblymen and women privatized represent the wishes of the people. Four, effective local democracy through citizen dialogue. Five, adequate space for representation and inclusion of traditional authorities, civil society organizations, CBOs, more women, disabilities in our local government system. Six, promulgation of municipal finance bill that has been in parliament for more than a decade. Seven, unveiling the masked partisan local governance. There is an urgent need to fix many of the challenges of Ghana's local government to make them developmental. If democracy is to be made relevant to the people, it must reflect in local governance and local development. Local problems need local solutions to come from active local business that look up to the center for solutions. There are many innovative approaches to fixing the challenges, but that require district assembly functionaries to think outside the box and become developmental, managerial, entrepreneurial, mission-driven, and strategic. They must operate the local government as a business and not as a bureaucracy. Take water provision, for instance. How much will it cost to drill a borehole that the assemblies cannot enter into partnerships with residents to connect household pipelines to a municipally constructed borehole? An entrepreneurial municipality will do this, but a bureaucratic one will hide behind all sorts of reasons not to do so. Again, let's consider street pavement in the cities and municipalities, for example. Local assemblies can enter into partnerships with residents, asking them to construct a pavement block in between the four walls of their houses, and that can be considered part of the property rate they are expected to pay. The quest to fix the challenges of local government lies not only in the top-down elite consensus, but also a bottom-up approach by key stakeholders, both at the grassroots and at the national level, to push for reforms. The elite consensus from the center can only go as far as the interest of the center will, but a grassroots coordinated pressure will make it inevitable for the center to continuously hold the power and resources at the expense of local transformation. The Institute of Local Government Studies, ILGS, is hosting the Local Governance Practitioners Forum, LGPF, a platform that aims to provide an inclusive space for diverse policy actors to share research and practice evidence on local governance transformation in Ghana. Through a series of high-quality research, public service, engagement, policy debate, and dialogue, the Local Governance Practitioners Forum, LGPF, will provide key stakeholders on Ghana local governance landscape a better understanding and knowledge that will inform the design and implementation of democratic and environmental governance in the country. The experience of the aborted referendum provides ample testimony on how critical the LGPF will be for any attempt to reintroduce it in the future. to the national agenda and pursue a new mission that will make citizens active in local governance, but not spectators.
But okay. So this is your WhatsApp number. So let me send you all the photos. You have a camera credit, right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll send everything. Thank you.
We shall just start the opening prayer by Mr. Sadia Abu. All right, please just. In the name of Allah, gracious for this message. We say Alhamdulillah for the gift of life this morning. Thank you for bringing us together and those of our colleagues joining us here as well. We are here just a nation. We are here to put ideas together to see how we can ask them to favor decentralization of the government. We ask that to give us the peace of mind, to give us the strength for the program to be successful. Alhamdulillah,
Wakuma ko bana ngo ni. Ba mi no yo bi. Ah, yo mi na is mo ko ko bana bi je no. Do bana na.
We have our conference mission. It's a conference account. So it's a folder, and in it you have a notepad for you to take down notes. So if you have any question in mind, something strikes, you want to take down notes, please have this notepad to take down your notes. Also, you have what we call the concept paper for this particular forum. So the concept paper provides you an overview of all that will happen here. So if you flip down the pages on page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5 sends you to the agenda for today. The agenda for today. So don't forget this. If you want to see the flow, follow the flow of the discussions here, this page 5 provides you the program outline. And we also have a number of policy briefs that the forum has sent out. So it is for your reading pleasure and learning. So we go straight into business. And pivot to acknowledge the participants here at the second Local Government Practitioners Forum. The participants are can all see here in this show, it's a mix of virtual participants who are there on the screen. So you want to have a feel of the virtual participants in the room. You go to the tail end of the screen, and you know that there are people in the room, the virtual participants. Virtual participants, you can show your thumbs up. Do not unmute, but just show your thumbs up. We recognize your presence wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And then our physical participants, we cherish you, people of Northern Ghana. Today the forum is here in Northern Ghana, and we appreciate your attendance at this meeting. I know very well that you are made up of various functionaries of our local government system, the houses of the respective MPs, from our traditional authorities, from academia and research institutions in the northern part of the country. The Local Governance Practitioners Forum is hosted by the Institute of Local Government Studies and supported by the Dutch Knowledge Platform on Inclusive Development. We also have support from STADA Foundation and the Interministerial Coordinating Committee. And the key objective of the forum is to use research and practice evidence to inform Ghana's quest for reforms in our local governance and decentralization agenda. So our priority is to achieve devolution and economic transformation of our local government. And we do this through a series of research activities, public seminars, dialogues, policy debates, and one of such platforms is the reason why we are here at the second forum. We engage to build consensus, grassroots consensus, and elite consensus on the priorities for transforming Ghana local governments. This is the second local government practitioners forum. And we will seek at this meeting to set the agenda for transformation of Ghana's local decentralization program. So for your kind permission, I would like to mention the members of the local government practitioners forum. It is important, made up of about 80 key participants, institutions and individuals. And if you are here and I identify your group, you wait. I want to see members and staff of MMPs and RCCs here. Let's go here. Let's start participant. Good. Nice meeting you. Thanks for showing up today. Do we have the civil society groups represented here? Civil society groups, NGOs, wonderful. Good to see you. Welcome. Research and training institutions. Are you here in the house? Good to see you all. Great. Our media, friends for the media, are you here? We need you to propagate the story. Nice seeing you all. Development partners are also here. And we have local government champions. I've not been able to review the list on our Zoom link. Otherwise, I would have also acknowledged their presence. It's difficult for me to see the list at the tail end of the group. But also, more importantly, the local government practitioners forum has a steering committee. It has a steering committee made up of key institutions in Ghana's local government system. And we need to acknowledge their presence also in this meeting. Most of them are joining us via Zoom. I'm going to acknowledge the Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, the Office of the Head of Local Government Service, NANAC, which is the National Association of Local Authorities of Ghana. We have LOGNET, the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations in Local Government, LOGNET. We also have Star Ghana Foundation. ILGS, the Institute of Local Government Studies, where I belong, is the convener of the local government practitioner forum. And our chair of the steering committee, who also happens to be the chair for this meeting, is the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, which is primarily being led by Engineer Salifu Muhammad. We want to acknowledge the presence of key officials from our partners, Dr. Obadiah Roro from the Include Secretariat, who is joining us on the Zoom link. And we are expecting the Dutch government NFA officials to also present. And if Frida Nicolia is also around, we acknowledge your presence for joining us this morning via the Zoom link. Before the chairman of the forum addresses the gathering, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Regional Coordinating Director for the Northern Region, Mr. Sahu. Welcome, Chief. And we are also privileged this morning to be joined by the Regional Minister for the Northern Region, the person of Honorable Shan Al-Hassan Saidu. Thank you for joining us this morning. And without much ado, we shall invite Engineer Salif Muhammad, who serves as the Executive Secretary of the IMCC of Decentralization, to give us his opening remarks. Please put your hands for Engineer Salif. Good morning to you all. Honorable Regional Minister, Director, Council Chair, Chief Director, Northern Regional. Invited guests from the ministries, departments, agencies, the MMDAs, traditional authorities and leaders, members of the Local Governance Practitioners Forum, virtual participants, including the Dutch Foreign Ministry, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to participate in this year's Local Governance Practitioners Forum to steer the forum's proceedings today. But before I accept the honor to chair this august occasion, I would like to first of all congratulate the organizers of the program, especially the Institute of Local Government Studies, ILGS, and the sponsors of this year's event, notably the Dutch Knowledge Platform, Stargardt Foundation, and the ILGS. We appreciate your support, being committed to the collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative for me to state from the outset that the team setting the agenda for decentralization and local governance transformation resonates with the goal of the National Decentralization Policy and Strategy, NDPS 2020-2024, which seeks to accelerate decentralization and local governance for equitable, sustainable, and balanced development. This year's Local Governance Practitioners Forum is being held at the time government is reconstituting political heads of various MDAs into relevant for the forum, meaningfully contribute towards the realization of government vision for decentralization as contained in the National Decentralization Policy and Strategy 2020-2024. While successive governments have implemented local government reforms for more than 3 decades. It was only under the current dispensation that an innovation community of practice was established to promote constructive dialogue, practical reflections, introspection, and peer-to-peer learning based on our experience with different aspects of decentralization and local government reforms. No wonder the membership of the Local Government Practitioners Forum and the participants in this year's events physically present in this mall, those in the virtual sphere, consist of researchers, civil servants, traditional leaders, civil society organizations, media practitioners, just to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a general notion about the slow pace of decentralization reform. For this reason, a forum like this with experts and practitioners in the northern sector can diagnose not only the causes of practical systematic challenges. Still, it could also offer pragmatic recommendations to address issues identified. Therefore, this event is expected to take stock of varied views from the forum, culminating in a communique to support the government's effective implementation of policy programs. To conclude my remarks, I am confident the various speakers will highlight key aspects of the reforms now quest to accelerate progress. I am optimistic that the Local Government Practitioners Forum will use this event to make specific proposals to expedite decentralization and local government reforms. Therefore, I implore all of us to give our best, cooperate, share ideas to enable the forum to achieve this objective. I humbly request your maximum cooperation to steer these forum's affairs to a successful end. Thank you. Give the chairman deserves another round of applause. Now that we have the chairman's our previous important is to invite the Deputy Director of the Institute of Local Government Studies, Tamale Campus, Mr. Richard Kambuta, to perform the pleasant duty of inviting us all, welcoming us all here to this forum, Mr. Richard Kambuta. Please appreciate him. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Regional Minister, Director of the Institute of Local Government Studies, our revered traditional leaders, regional and district coordinating directors, other officials of the MMDAs, our friends of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure on the second Local Government Practitioners Forum. Local governance for the majority of citizens in any country, regardless of its political situation, remain the most successful level of engagement with public authority and state institutions. It is viewed as the machinery and channel closest to the people for accessing basic services and opportunities to improve their lives and livelihood. I hope that all of us gathered here are aware of the immense benefits of local governance and decentralization. Ghana's decentralization and local governance are envisioned by the 1992 Constitution is to enhance democracy, promoting citizens' participation in governance, improving service delivery by increasing availability, access, quality, and optimizing local development. Article 2401 of the Constitution further states, Ghana shall have a system of local government and decentralization which shall, as far as practicable, be decentralized. The decentralization process thus encourages more accountable and responsive governance, improve public services, deliver efficiency, and promote a more equitable distribution of services and resources across the country. It brings governance closer to the citizens to improve public administration, and the implementation of decentralization and local governance is anchored on administrative decentralization and service delivery, political decentralization and downward accountability, fiscal decentralization, local economic development, and popular participation. Mr. Chairman, these key pillars of the decentralization and local governance system are expected to engender democracy and local development. Fortunately, these rules seem to be running throughout the over 3 decades of implementation. For example, even though the MMPs have been assigned a range of responsibilities, including the provision of basic services and infrastructure, effective service delivery functions still remain a problem. Again, even though Article 2402 of the 1992 Constitution envisages devolution as a mechanism to define central local government relations, policies and practices of it revolve mainly around deconcentration. Central politicians have not shown a political will to ensure complete devolution. These weaknesses also transcend the other pillars of our decentralization and local governance. This trajectory of issues call for a national reflection, interrogation, and discussion of the system, which is the thrust of this forum, and the invitation of a mix of stakeholders like you to share your experiences as practitioners, traditional authorities, civil society organizations, private sector professionals, professional associations, and development authorities. It is a national call to duty to elicit your opinions and recommendations for the transformation of the decentralization and local government system in Ghana, so as to produce the expected results in local democracy and development. On this note, Mr. Chairman, it is my greatest pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the second Local Government Practitioners Forum. Please remember to adhere to the safety protocols of the COVID-19. Stay safe and go back safely. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Chair, for welcoming us here. So, Chairman, please permit me to also acknowledge the presence of local government champions in our midst. We have the chairman of the Local Government Studies Council, Moses Barry, here. Welcome. Please. Local government champion. Indeed, we also have on our Zoom the former director
of the Institute of Local Government Studies, Dr. Mr. Fair. Okay. Thank you. Chairman, I now respectfully invite the Regional Minister to present the opening address. Permit me, the club, Honorable Shani Alhassan. Mr. Chairman, Chief Director, Director of the Institute of Local Government Studies, Directors and staff of the Institute of Local Government Studies, stakeholders, local government practitioners, media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's with much pleasure that I join you today for the second Local Governance Practitioners Forum, which is being organized by the Institute of Local Government Studies under the theme setting the agenda for decentralization and local government transformation in Ghana. We should commend the Institute of Local Government Studies for instituting such a forum, which obviously will generate more ideas that would strengthen and improve local governance in Ghana. It's quite significant that the second forum is being held here today, and on behalf of the chiefs and people of the Northern region, I welcome you all to Tamale and to the Northern region. Mr. Chairman, there is no doubt that decentralization and local government form the basis of participatory democracy. They also hold the key, the unleashing of potentials, both human and material resources, towards speedy progress and development of our communities and the country in general. All over the world, it has been widely accepted that the most effective way of responding to local needs and challenges in providing services through the decentralized governance. The numerous benefits of decentralization, including the reduction of conflict resulting from sharing of power between the central and local levels. Easier, speedy resolution of problems and challenges relying on them, the local people who have better knowledge and appreciation of issues. Judicious use of funds and resources, quicker service delivery, among others, can be mentioned. Ghana's decentralization has obviously come a long way, having been solidified by the Chapter 20 of 1990 Constitution, which states that Ghana shall have a system of local government and administration which shall, as far as practicable, be centralized. Subsequent to this constitutional provision, various legislations have been enacted, notably Local Government Act 936. With accompanying policies, plans, and programs rolled out periodically to give meaning to decentralization. For all intent and purpose, whether considered as a means to an end or an end in itself, decentralization can only be effective when it is grounded in four pillars: political decentralization, administrative decentralization, fiscal decentralization, and local
economic development. Obviously, we have as a country made meaningful progress in political and administrative decentralization, and to some extent, fiscal decentralization, as manifested in various aspects. One, the creation of establishments of metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, and the regular elections or appointment of assembly members, with the effort to establish sub-district structures such as area councils and unit committees. Two, establishment of local government service, the regional coordinating councils and MPs, departments with laid out administrative structures and staffing norms. The implementation, the operationalization of composite finance systems, cost centers, district treasuries, to mention by the few. These three main issues, among others, have given real meaning to decentralization and local governance with enormous benefits. And I hasten to add that there is a long way to go. That is where the relevance of this forum comes in strongly. I totally agree with the team that you have chosen, setting the agenda for decentralization, local governance, transformation in Ghana. Definitely, an agenda for decentralization is required not only to consolidate gains made so far, but also to seek an improvement and a transformation that can be sustained into the future. Despite our gains, we still have the challenges of non-election of district chief executives. Our administration, decentralization, still focuses problems of lack of adequate infrastructure and logistics, and also inadequate resources to operationalize the departments of MMDAs, etc. Our fiscal decentralization is still challenged by the central controls. The local economic development is only just beginning. Like that, we have assembly experts, practitioners at this forum to look at the various issues, and I'm confident that relevant issues will be considered. The government of the NPP remains committed, even by the dictates of the Constitution and the relevant provisions of decentralization and local governance. Our commitment to transforming decentralization and local governance so as introduced proposed amendments in 2019, which would have addressed some issues related to political decentralization. Unfortunately, the process did not materialize. As a government, we have also ensured effective administrative decentralization by operationalizing the creation of departments of MMDs and recruiting staff to strengthen the department at that level. Local government service has also done quite a lot of developing staffing norms, especially in external. The framework has also been developed for the effective participation of non-state actors in this decentralization. Fiscal decentralization has also seen a massive encouragement by government through the operationalization of the composite budget system through giftings. Local government, economic development is right made the 1D policy, the 1D, 1F policy, the planting for food and jobs, the planting for export and rural development, among others, are all very important interventions that would enhance local economic development. Of course, the recent redesignation of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. The Ministry of Local Government and Decentralization also signifies the refocusing of our government on decentralization and local governance. Government will continue to pursue the effective implementation of all policies relating to decentralization and local government to ensure that the desired results are achieved. All of these abilities is also key, and I call on MMPs to brace themselves, step up their accountability machines so that the people will appreciate them better and support their plans and programs. This note, I wish to now declare the second local government practitioners forum to the open. Thank you.
Shall we do it once again? Distinguished Chairman, we have come to the crux of the second forum. I now have the privilege to introduce the distinguished speaker for the second forum, speaking on the theme of setting the agenda of decentralization and local government. The speaker has impressive academic training from the Kwame University of Science and Technology, the qualification of development planning. He holds a master's degree in development studies, specializing in local and regional development. He has a PhD with distinction in governance, public policy, and public management. A fellow of the Ghana Institute of Finance and a member of the Dutch Group Platform for Inclusive Development. Mr. Chairman, our speaker has supported scholarly activities in various institutions of higher learning. We are blessed today to have him speak on this important. He has served as the director of the African Governance Institute based in The Hague, the Netherlands, director of research at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research in Nairobi, Kenya. The exposure is international. Senior lecturer in development management at the Institute of Social Studies of Erasmus University in the Netherlands. A visiting scholar at the LHR Institute of Higher Education and its School of Public Administration and Governance in Suriname. He is a leading author of decentralization and local governance, as well as social protection, with particular emphasis on the African continent. He has provided expert analysis and advice to international organizations working in Africa, such as the World Bank and the Netherlands Development Corporation. He has over 40 peer-reviewed publications in internationally refereed journals and books. Today, we are privileged to benefit from his fine expertise at this second local government practitioners forum. Speaking on the theme, setting the agenda for transformation and decentralization of governance in Ghana, help me welcome to the podium our lead distinguished speaker, Dr. Nicholas Awoche.
Thank you very much. Register. Thank you very much once again, David, for the kind introduction. Mr. Chairman, the Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Committee on Decentralization, Engineer Salif, Honorable Northern Regional Minister, Honorable Sali Abaso, representatives of the Cabinet of Foreign Affairs, the Chief Director, the Deputy Director of the Institute of Local Government Studies, members of the Local Government Practitioners Forum joined via Zoom, Nananam, the Chairman of the RGS Council, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the meeting. I have divided my presentation in 5 sessions. I will introduce this by focusing the position of local government in intergovernmental relations. In the second part, I will provide a conceptual understanding of decentralization in local government, and then zoom in into the practices of decentralization policies over the past 30 years, the progress that we have made, and the challenges that we face. I will then describe the current situation as having reached a plateau, and to move up or to rise again, the need to inject some stimulus package to making our decentralization rise again. In the 5th session of my presentation, I will provide a number of proposals that will seek to transform the current decentralization, and finally make the conclusions and ask you to reflect on those areas and provide some feedback and on your own views where the direction should go. Thank you very much. I can now remove my face mask. So the first step. Local governments, referred to in Ghana as district assemblies, are established as the lower tier governments that are closer to where people live and have specific functions to deliver to the people in their geographic relations. From birth to death, from cradle to grave, marriage to divorce, etc., etc., district assemblies are supposed to be the government that is closer and interact with the people in their day-to-day activities. This is because they provide the basic services that you need. In a unitary state, such as Ghana, the services that local government can or cannot provide are determined by law. But the fundamental or the general principles or the rule have been based on a principle called subsidiarity. And that principle states that local problems need local solutions, unless there are convincing arguments or cases that such problems require a higher level government solution from the central government or from regional coordinating council. Otherwise, local problems require local solutions. This principle has guided design of decentralization and central-local government relations in both developed and developing countries. Decentralization and local governance, what it means. Decentralization is a strategy for development. It came as a result of the failures of centralization. Centralization is the concentration of power, resources, and responsibilities in one or few institutions, geographically and politically. Literature provides ample evidence that decentralization works better than centralization in promoting the welfare of citizens. China, whose development strategy was based on centralization in the 70s and 80s, is today more decentralized than many OECD countries. In 2017, local governments in China generated 53.4% of the total government revenues and spent 63.2% of total government expenditure. Compare this with sub-national governments in OECD countries, which spent 32% on average and also received 19% revenue. Globally, sub-national government spent about 25% of the total public expenditure in the country. In Ghana's case, local government as the sub-national government collects only 1% for the past 6 years, have collected only 1% of the total national revenue and spent not more than 7% in the country. Tells how centralized this country has been. Another evidence that decentralization works better than centralization. During the implementation of the Millennium Development Goals, countries that have decentralized more achieve higher outcomes of MPs than countries that have not implemented this or have not made a lot of progress in decentralization policies, as the graph on the screen shows. So decentralization as a development strategy is good, and it is the reason why the UNDP makes it one of the cardinals of good governance. Decentralization can be used to achieve several objectives, several national objectives. The most common and well-known objective in this country is bringing government and services closer to the people. Other objectives include the slide. Other objectives include empowering local governments and local development actors, promoting peace and inclusiveness, promoting sensitivity to local needs and conditions, enhancing cost recovery, and most importantly, enabling the central government to focus on policy design, leaving policy implementation and project implementation to the local government to do. And by so doing, decentralization also promotes innovations and creativity. It also promotes national stability and enhances sustainability of democracy. All these lofty objectives are not automatic, and indeed there are potential pitfalls. When you decentralize too much local government, central government can lose control over scarce financial resources that are needed for development. Also, there can be administrative inefficiencies and technical incapacity of local government to deliver. It can also lead to local capture and sometimes macroeconomic instability. Next slide. Some factors that make decentralization implementation successful include the type of decentralization that a country chooses to implement, the readiness of the central government to let power and resources go. In other words, its political commitment to let decentralization work. Another important factor of making decentralization work is central government capacity to regulate and to facilitate local governments, and the capacity of local government to implement. Conceptually, there are, next slide please. Conceptually, there are 3 types of decentralization that a country can implement, or a combination of them. Deconcentration is one of them, where there is transfer of little power, little financial resources, and very little decision-making powers to local governments. Much of the powers to make decisions on local level, at the local level, is centered or is controlled by central government. Another decentralization could be delegation, which also provides very little powers to local government, but it enables the state to delegate responsibilities to the private sector in the form of privatization and public-private partnerships. But the most important type of decentralization is devolution. This is the ultimate ideal form of decentralization, but one that many governments are unwilling to implement. Devolution transfers substantial leadership, authority for decision-making, finances, and accountability to local governments in a more demarcated jurisdiction. When devolution takes place, local governments are near autonomy. They are not autonomous because they cannot be a government or an autonomous body on their own, but they are closer to autonomy. Each type of decentralization also includes transfer of services, and that is what we call administrative decentralization and service provision, transfer of money, and the regulation of that money involving fiscal decentralization, and political leadership involving political decentralization. The question of whether to practice decentralization, delegation, or deconcentration, and how much of administrative, fiscal, and political decentralization will be given to local government is determined in many cases by central government politicians and bureaucrats, and also a country's own historical antecedents. Given that any decentralization involves transfer of some resources, power, leadership, accountability, and responsibility from the center to the local government, decentralization Next slide. Decentralization as a strategy for development involves winners and losers. In other words, it's a zero sum. This means that power or resources that is transferred from the center to the local government means power lost at the center, means influence lost at the center, means responsibilities lost by central government politicians and bureaucrats. So central government bureaucrats and politicians don't normally like to implement decentralization. That takes away a lot of their influence in resource and also in power. Central government bureaucrats and politicians always want to be in control of local development. That is called centralization, at best, deconcentration. Those who believe in subsidiarity principles and local development prioritize or prefer devolution. So there's always a strategic choice making in the design of decentralization policies and strategies. And as you can see from the screen, it's like a chess game between central government politicians and local government politicians, between local government bureaucrats and central government bureaucrats. Whoever wins in this chess game controls and dictates the rest of decentralization for the rest of your cradle to grave. Now let's move to the next slide. Decentralization policies and practices in Ghana. Next slide. In Ghana, and this is my third session of my presentation. In Ghana, the 1992 Constitution, chapter 36(2), and chapter 20 envisage local government that provide opportunities to enhance local democracy, promote citizens' participation, promote balanced spatial development, and general local development. The framers of the Constitution wanted devolution. Hence, under Article 242, Article 240, subsection 2, stipulates that Ghana shall have a system of local government administration, which shall have central government functions, powers, responsibilities, and resources transferred at all times to local authorities in a coordinated manner. 2, legal provisions to enhance the capacity of local government to plan, initiate, coordinate, manage, and execute policies. 3, shall have sound financial and revenue base established for local government. And listen to this one, and that people in the service of local government are subjected to the effective control of local authorities. As far as practices are concerned, accountability of local government to the people in particular area. So that is downward accountability. However, translation of these constitutional provisions into decentralization policies and strategies has always been couched in deconcentration than devolution. Why? The answer is simple. Because central government bureaucrats and politicians that design them do not prefer strong local government that will take power away from them, that will overlook their stories, that will compete with them for influence at the local level. Since 1992, Ghana has pursued 5 decentralization policies: 2004 to 2008, 2008 to 2010, 2010 to 2014, 2015 to 2019, and 2020 to 2024. That is the latest one that the IMCC spoke about. And there have been many developments. There have been a lot of progress. Good. Let me list some of these programs, because they are very important. That there is strong legal support for decentralization and local government in this country. No government or parliament can easily stop decentralization or systematically pursue decentralization, like what is happening right now in Hungary from the World Observatory Report of 2019, or what happened in Kenya in the 90s, when central government could easily dissolve a local government. That cannot take place in this country because our decentralization is an entrenched one, and that is a plus for Ghana's decentralization. The second progress is that decentralization has brought government closer to people. In 1988, there were 209,000 people per municipality. By 2010, it had reduced to 136 people per municipality. And by 2019, average, we have 110,000 people per municipality. So the smaller the population, the better it is for the citizens to get closer to their government, because then there are fewer people for more local government. And that is why we say decentralization has brought local government closer to people, and that is a plus for this country. It has also enabled 5% of the total national revenue to be transferred to local government. Before 1993, there was no dedicated fund to support local councils. Much of the funds to support local government had come from money that ministries did not use at the end of the financial year. Today, in addition to the District Assembly Common Fund, there is also District Development Facility Fund with substantial donor support. Decentralization has also promoted the spread of local infrastructure, and it has created an important institution like the IMCC, which has enabled inter-ministerial coordination that under normal circumstances would not be possible. It has created the head of local government service to oversee the management of local government, and it has also created local government, the Institute of Local Government Studies, to provide structured training for local government functionaries. But progress in decentralization has reached a plateau for the past decade. Achieving further progress will require some injection of ideas and radical transformation. So as you see from the graph over there, the plateau is deep, just like you see on the left. It's a flat surface where anything you do, there isn't much rise in the progress. This is where we are in our decentralization. So there's a need to have a rise, and that rise needs injection of new ideas. But before we talk about the rise, a starting point for the renewal of Ghana's decentralization is going back to the basics, to analyze the weaknesses associated with 4 of the key pillars of decentralization policies and strategies in the country. Next slide, please. The weaknesses that we have is administrative decentralization and local public service provision. There is currently over centralization in the provision of local public services in terms of the planning of that service, in terms of budgeting, staffing, delivery, and monitoring evaluation, and most importantly, the accountability of that service. At IOTS, we have analyzed 25 municipal services, or what we call local public services, in the area of private health care, basic education, and sanitation and solid waste management, vital registration, which is birth, death, marriage, and divorce certificates, fine, fire and ambulance services, and a whole lot of services that everywhere are deemed as local public services. And we have found that central government controls 53% of the functions in their provision, whilst local government that under the constitution or under the normal circumstances should be in control, only controls 36.4% of each provision. It shows how centralized we are, even in service provision that has been the focus of decentralization over the years. Only 3 of the 25 local public services are local government have about 65% or above functions in their provision. They are sanitation and solid waste management, land use planning, and public works department. The rest of the 25 municipal services are overwhelmingly centralized in their provision. Next slide, please. And because services are centrally provided, very little of the funds needed for their provision are transferred to local government. Next slide. In fact, in many local government jurisdictions, citizens' welfare or service provision are unlikely to be seriously affected if a local government is not there, because the center is responsible for most of local service provision. This has given the impression to the citizens that they do not need local government in their lives. When people think this way, and when they think that services are delivered through central government, they have no interest in local government. Consequently, there is accountability failure. Administrative decentralization and service provision are clear candidates for reforms towards transformation and setting agenda in this country. Next slide. Second activity that we need to think about is fiscal decentralization. No internally generated revenue is one of them. Because MMDAs provide very little services to people, the potential revenue that they can generate from service provision do not come to them. They are retained by the center. It is no surprise that currently internally generated revenue of 250 municipalities or districts is less than 1% of the national revenue generation. What this means is central government can stop local government from even collecting revenue, and the system will be a huge difference. And that is not good enough. Having shown the figures from other countries, globally is 25%. In China, which used to be one of the most centralized, you look at the figures and you ask yourself, where are we headed? NMDs do not collect substantial part of their revenue source and prefer to depend on district assemblies common fund. Much of the revenue assigned to local government are not collected because there is little pressure on the staff and the DCE to deliver. There isn't hard performance indicators to charge and to assess our local government functions. Budget estimates are very low to create, the estimate budget very low to create the impression that fiscal effort is high. And if you look at the figures, next slide. Oh, sorry, go back. If you look at some of the figures, many municipalities collect more than 100% of their estimated revenue. And it shows that they have high fiscal effort, and yet In many district assemblies, there isn't dedicated staff for the promotion of local development. Local governments in Ghana are far behind the transition from service delivery orientation to local economic development. Attempts to promote local economic development in the form of 121F has been centrally driven, again, showing our inclination towards centralization, although we pretend to implement this centralization. Four, the almighty political decentralization and local democratic government. The overarching challenge affecting Ghana's decentralization and local government is the nature of political decentralization. Local governments are structurally, systematically, and legally weakened by design when decentralization is chosen instead of devolution that the Constitution reflects. Currently, local government operates as an agent of the central government in the principal-agent relationship. Capacity, innovation, and double accountability, which are the foundations of local government, are completely absent. One of the major causes of this is appointment instead of direct elections of leaders, and it suggests also interested groups that are to participate in the party process. Continuous appointment of LDCs weakens the principles of local governance. It is not surprising that citizens' interest and participation in local governance have been poor compared to their interest and enthusiasm as necessary. And as you can see from the slide above, you see the bar graphs there, the blue ones show the participation of citizens in national politics. You see without access dedicated. And look at the green. That is the participation of citizens at local government elections. And this is something that are all changing. Look at that. People turn out central government elections more than local. However, that is it is the requirement that find between central government elections and local government elections. And this is one of the weaknesses of our electoral democratic system. Currently, there is little pressure on LGPF to perform. Now, accountability for resource mobilization, administrative functions, certainly in local government development by local government staff and LGPF have the weakest limits in the elected decentralization. Currently, many of the towns and zonal councils have not been established in the NPAs. And when they have been established, they do not work because the NPA don't have the resources or oppose centralize the military resources from the system and have not led resources to the staff, this is staff of that the many have no offices, many some districts have no administrative staff and no logistics equipment. In most of the services, there is no GDP gas to the ability of authorities. Now, I'm taking attention for some ideas to transform the current system. Fixing the weaknesses of the current decentralization and local government will require three-pronged approach. One, a top-down political commitment of political settlement among the major political parties and central government buildings, one or a leading successes. Two, and third, capacity building. These are the three approaches that are all to start now. Here are a number of proposals that may be of interest to you, especially as you see to ensure the rights and power of the people. Conceptual. There is a need for a conceptual shift in the emphasis from self-delivery to democratic development. That's one part of the commission. Maybe a clear statement of this in its of Article 4 a shift in the emphasis. Conceptually, we should think about our decentralization beyond the taxation of effective and efficient self-delivery and shifting toward democratic development. This proposition shift emphasis on decentralization of local governance to the promotion of local economic development under the democratic local governance system. The proposition will find expression in Article 240 of the 1990 Constitution. Democratic developmental is anchored on the condition of a power and it prioritizes local government transformation, local government at the district level, job creation at the district level, and internal. It gives local authorities discretion over their own resources in a power with a responsibility to local needs and preferences. It is based on the performance of an elected mayor whose living on power is dependent on social economic investment being made at the local level. The key challenge with the new process is that it assumes that local government have achieved a higher degree of service efficiency and effectiveness, which in this country, as our organization, is one thing. The question that we need to think about as we is, can local government that have failed to deliver basic services, such as teaching schools, to deliver local economic development? The nations and the Latin American countries that have made progress are focusing on local economic development, or they are making progress in effectiveness in service services. So, what can be done to redirect our local government efforts towards promoting local products? There are two propositions for me. One of the key objectives of political assessment is to promote downward accountability. As indicated earlier, accountability is the weakest link in the current decentralization in local government. And I make propositions here. One, to promote downward accountability through executive performance, or by executive performance management system, without the democratic elections as the current structure in a short-term approach. In this setup, the NPCs will continue to be appointed and tested as it is now, that they will be subjected to high measurable indicators and giving sophisticated autonomy. That's like the daily chief executive, and this is for the new topic management. And that was how this specialization in NPCs was built from the beginning. Here, the NPCs will sign a performance contract would have measurable indicators such as the amount of revenue that they are able to generate. And this is not just set a low standard. Local industrial products that they can clearly come in from their business. So when I wear the small, when I wear the blue, or when I travel, I want to see that this is the product for my business, or this is the product for farmer. The moment I move to a supermarket or a shop, I immediately identify my business product. And that is how local business. And this is much accountable in terms of how many business are able to facilitate their product. How many jobs they are able to support private enterprises to create. How many partnerships they have supported. And not just appeasing the in addition, NPCs will sign performance contract with local residents through their representatives, the assemblies, in the form of citizens' charter. And every year, the citizens report card will be conducted and used as an indicator asset of the system. If they are successful, if the citizens prove that this is performable through the report card and how to indicate it, then the report card will be manufactured before the NPCs will be given a fixed term, a short-term contract of 4 years to be assessed every year. Renewal contract based on the performance assessed on the basis of citizens' contract and performance contract. The above is its business executive model in aspect with the social contract approach. Second proposal. The second remedy to fixing accountability problem is through a democratic or political system. In other words, it will require constitutional amendment to enable the citizens directly elect their leaders or their electors. In 2019, the government attempted the major political decentralization reform with the proposed amendment of Article 243 and 55.3 of the Constitution. But inadequate stakeholders understanding and consensus led to incarceration as the regional government has assessed. The president has asked for consensus on the process with the idea of its reductions in the future. The two main political parties have included the election of MPCs in their political representatives. This is a remarkable achievement, but it is not maybe because what I can in the past. But this provides an opportunity for making progress and changing. Elections of MPCs will enhance the democratic accountability of local residents. The outcome of the parliamentary elections in 2020 provides anecdotal evidence of citizens' desire to hold their members of parliament accountable for their performance at the local level. All MPs are being held accountable for local government. The MPCs that are supposed to be the agents for local government are not held accountable by the people. Within the proposition of election of MPCs are two approaches: partisan or non-partisan. The ideal for the election of MPCs will be a political party system. But the odds against it is so high in the current political and system. So perhaps a non-partisan basis is the one that is likely to get an abundance of political support from Parliament and executive. It is less expensive, it is required just parliamentary action without any referendum. This option will also eliminate the influence of party delegates in the selection process. To avoid unmanageable number of applications or applicants, a seeding process can be adopted with legal backing to glue down applicants for the electable NBC positions. A roadmap towards achieving this needs to be developed by 2021 to rekindle citizens' interest in the local government. Honorable Minister, representation of traditional authorities, chiefs, and marginalized groups, women, youth, and people with disabilities need to be included in the new setup of inclusion. Through affirmative action, women representation and rights, it is currently less than 10% at the district level. Chiefs have complained about being marginalized in the current local setting. I also propose that the whole town development committee needs to be brought back to rural districts to replace the committees. It's not just replacing one person. It is currently that the chiefs can be given the chairperson's position of the town committee, something that the country does not do, and that was the chiefs are complaining. This is used to come in the services, and I agree with that. Payment of monthly allowance to assembly members. Section 11(2) of the Local Government Act 1996 does not prevent an MP to pay either monthly allowance or salaries to assembly members if it can afford. In fact, some municipalities in Accra do pay their assembly members monthly allowance. In Uganda, the Speaker of District receives monthly salaries, or in our case, called precisely, is paid monthly from the consolidated account. It's also paid monthly on the citizen and transport loan. In Kenya, all county members, what we call assembly members here, receive monthly salaries. Kenya assembly members or county members are full-time politicians. Right? There is no salary for being a councillor in the UK, but they are paid allowances for their time and expenses in care while taking council. If assembly members are paid monthly allowance based on assembly's own ITA, there will be incentive for assembly members to support revenue organizations for their own electoral revenue. Yes, fiscal decentralization is for that I propose. Improving ITF. The big cities, the metros and the municipalities might be compelled to collect substantial revenue for their opportunities to qualify for district development facility. What we call the district development fund. In South Africa, poverty rate alone is about 90% of metropolitan and municipal development. In Ghana, poverty rate is only 11% in Accra Metro, 2% in Kabbalah Metro, 0.7% in Waba, and 2.2% in Yoga. This is a major contributor to our mobilization. A major contributor to mobilization of property rates is centralization of land valuations of land valuations. That needs to be decentralized in the movement in the organization. This one function whose centralization does not make sense but central government has continued to take it and shield it from this. There is a need for a ministerial grant to make metropolitan assemblies to collect 60% of their total revenue. Municipal assemblies to collect 50% of their total revenue. And for districts and poor boroughs between 20 to 30%. Currently, it will surprise you that with the exception of Accra, Tema, and Forum-Tamale, none of the metros can survive on their own. And that is not for any proposition that we will. There is also the need to increase the district assembly fund from 5% to at least 10%. In Kenya, currently, the central government transfers 15% of the national revenue to counties, and there is ongoing discussions based that to 35%, and we are still doing 5% since 1993. That is not good enough. This country's came and led for us, yet we are still under attack. The formula for steering this national common fund needs a review to make it possible to devote substantial revenue to districts and let to metros and municipalities. So it improves their revenue to decentralized. Let's subdivide this national common fund into 3 allocations and basic formulas. One for metropolis, another one for municipalities and districts, which is not lump all of them together and share one. This will enable special dispensation for land districts in the northern part of this country and to push well and down urban local government to mobilize their own energy. Participation of local government in the financial market. A bill to enable MMEs to borrow from the financial market, including basic municipal bonds, to finance infrastructure and economic growth. But being in Parliament, it also that has not been passed. It has been in and out of Parliament several times. There is need for serious consideration, and I will start on this. The Metropolitan and Municipal Assembly can use their share of the District Assembly fund as a to raise municipal bonds. It is time that the Ministries of Finance, local government, call on to seriously design municipal finance for while the central government is looking for innovative ways of raising money to finance the national project, why can't local government, especially the metropolis, be giving the chance to pay outside the laws? Legal actions and collaborations with the police to take legal actions for payment of municipal secretaries. There are many businesses and there are competitive relations who social media are paid to the municipal yet they complain and criticize the performance. And it's time that the municipal government institutes legal actions or collaborate with the police to take proper actions against the payment. There's also the need to activate the basic rates. This basic rate will provide sufficient or adequate benefit for making this finance all over the world. Currently, the average population size of the municipality is not 100,000. That means that the population that is eligible to pay basic rate is about 50,000 people. If the basic rate is what we call a it's fixed at 2 cities a year. Every local government will not get less than 100,000, and they can use more money to collect that. Just there are municipalities, there are districts in Ghana that collect annually less 2,000 cities. Yet they sit on this and complain of the common fund income. We need to begin to think outside the box, to be innovative and to use what is being allocated to local government to mobilize more revenue. Next slide. Local economic development. There is need for a serious work on building the capacity and attitude of municipal staff for local economic development. MDAs must be supported to undertake comprehensive mapping of endogenous resources and institutions that can collaborate to develop local area products in what we call local area product, or one community, one area, one product. This will be local economic development. That's happening in Thailand. Japan used this area transition period. Currently, Tanzania is doing it, and we can initiate that. This is different from 1D, 1F, which is centralized. We are talking about one local area, one product from distance. And this is important. It is also important to localize the 1D, 1F for its long-term sustainability. Localize it within the districts and ensure the same resources are channeled there as it is at the center. There is the need for coordination of 1D, 1F and local economic development policy. That means that the trade and industry department in the MMAs need to be activated. It is disappointing that such an important department has no staff in the districts. In a few MMAs, there is one person business advisor. That is not good enough. Now, let me move my attention to the popular approach that I propose. Next slide. Good. While national level political commitment will be needed for any attempt to pursue transformation, a popular approach will be needed to complement any top-down political settlement or political support. A popular approach is civic actions by a coalition of local institutions and actors that advocate for reforms in line with areas that promote local government, local transformation. at the local level. We cannot assume that Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa when local governments have all the performance of the mayor of Accra cannot be measured on the basis of how much waste is collected. That is a simple definition of making a city clean. And that means how much waste that is collected. Waste cannot be on the streets, and we assess the performance of the mayor to be perfect. The IGS and the Office of Local Government need to collaborate to deliver structured training, while the performance assessment of the departs must change to incorporate hard data on their performance. In conclusion, the decentralization policy. In conclusion, the decentralization policy and action plan that the Executive Secretary of the IMCC set about propose a transformation plan to reform Ghana's decentralization and local governance. The ideas that I have put forward in this piece may be anchored in this policy document. So there is not that we are setting the agenda. That agenda is in the policy that needs to be activated. And given our experiences in the implementation of decentralization policies, it will not come easily. It will not implement on its own unless there is that bubble-up approach to activate its implementation. Otherwise, those who design it will implement it towards the interest of their own. The IGS, through the Local Government Practitioners Forum, is devoted to use research evidence to push for this bubble-up approach. Starting the IMCC and many of the collaborators, the Ministry of Local Government and Decentralization, which has a new name, and that gives hope, a ray of hope, that decentralization will move to a new level, given the day change. Whatever that went through the President's mind, His Excellency, to add decentralization, tells as something we can only assume that there is a new impetus for decentralization and local government transformation. And we are grateful to the new name. However, the hard work needs to start now. As we gather here to deliberate on these propositions, give us your views. Only let's say it as it is on top of these new ideas and what we think ought to be. So we can collate these new ideas, and as we engage senior policymakers in the reforms, we'll have the confidence to speak on what we have, that this is what the northern sector says about the current decentralization. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Minister, I'm grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to present the views of some of the things that the Institute of Local Government Studies through the Local Government Practitioner Forum has put together and forwarded this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor. It is a mouthful. So much for us to reflect and to chew. For the rest of the session, our audience will be at the center stage. People are coming out with the ideas, the experiences that they have with decentralization as traditional your reaction button on the Zoom link. If you want to ask a question, if you want to make a contribution, we want to first give the opportunity to those of you here with us on the Zoom platform before we come to the main audience here in this auditorium. So Zoom participants, if you have a question, show your hand and I'll call you. The regional minister will beg you us, please show appreciation to Honorable Tribal. Thank you so much for being with us this week. The greater part of the meeting for being with us. Thank you so much. So yes, Abdul Rahman.
Hello.
Hi, Abdul. Yes, I'll try to come back. Fine. Please unmute, fine. Right. Yeah, I'm not hearing them. Kwame, can you unmute, please? Yes, please proceed. Let me hear you. Right, Kwame is speaking. The line is not coming to here.
My name is and so saying the plastic program really appreciate the we are so much appreciative. Be part of the agenda. See the essence of a pure decentralized government. Right. So just to sum up this, I think that we've been some monthly support and so on. We would want to hear done. I mean, to the specifics, because assembly will only to the assembly lobby for things to be done to check, okay, that every electoral area is going to put leaders, both the politically appointed and the technocrats, on their toes to delivering a core decentralized policies for these assemblies. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kwame. Kwame, unfortunately, we are having a technical difficulty with your system. What we were on and off. You introduce yourself and you proceed. Sarah, can you unmute?
Hello, good day, everyone.
Good day.
Yes, my name is Sarah Boateng. Yes, I'm in Accra. And just also want to add my voice to what Kwame earlier mentioned, that the Institute is doing something good and ought to be commended. And it's a good program that has been organized today. My concern has to do with the issue of transparency of local governance in terms of what they do. Most of the time, governance is about transparency. We hardly hear much from our local governance agencies. And so it calls for a distancing from the citizenry. And so we leave them to be as though their activities don't impact our development or it doesn't concern us. It's a wrong thing that is happening. And something of this sort that the Institute is doing, I want us to take it to the fore and ensure how best together we can come together to brainstorm, open up issues, and everybody come on board, inclusiveness as to the activities of the local governance, so that together we can impact our community for development, because there's a reason why the local governance is put together. The government, as in how do I put it? Flagstaff House cannot be blamed for our gutters and our choke gutters and the floodings that we normally see in our communities. It takes the local governance agencies to ensure that we have a very good, serene atmosphere and we are impacting our life positively. So, but we can only do this when we get to know what plans these agencies have, so that together we can come on board and get things done for our own good. There's a bit of submission I want to add to this discussion. But one other thing was that we had a lot of challenges listening from Zoom. I don't know, possibly subsequent deliveries or meetings should give us a better deliberation so that there wouldn't be any breakages, so we can really enjoy the program fully. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
So much, Sarah, submissions, for welcoming this initiative and your advice going forward. How we can make IT infrastructure homogeneous for this kind of exercise. We'll try as much as possible, as the framework of this platform is, to get closer to the people where we have COVID-19 protocols heavily lighted, so that we can have more physical interactions. And better, if it's also on the virtual lens, we can also have more effective discussion. Your submissions on local governments are also noted. So we'll proceed. Still priority for our Zoom and virtual participants. If you have a question, show your hand. Go to the reaction icon or button and activate the hands up. Raise your hands, let's identify you. I can still see Abdul Rahman, but I can't hear Abdul. Abdul,
can you hear me? Yeah, yes. I'm with you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Great. My name is Abdurrahman, and I'm a student of ILGS, pursuing MSc Local Economic Development. As a student, I was actually marveled with all the presentations, especially the proposals that were made regarding political reforms. Also, references were made to other countries, specifically China. Actually, that roused a lot of questions in my mind, and I would like to just mention just a few of them. First of all, I see that from the presentation of Doctor, the criteria for our local government structure seems to be only on the principles of subsidiarity and local responsiveness. I stand to be corrected, and I also saw that he placed emphasis on the reforms for political decentralization. My question is, why is that so when we know that there are other criteria like economies of scale, issues of externalities, equity, access, and accountability? I have seen that they are actually neglected to the background because for a very long time now, I haven't seen local governments or like district assemblies coming together in a form of partnership. So that is the question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul Rahman. Abdul, your question is responded to by the. Are there any other submissions from our Zoom participants? I'm not seeing any hands raised. But there are 43 of you, 43 active Zoom participants. Is Amos interested in making a submission?
Yes, please.
Please proceed, Amos.
Yes, please. Yeah, good afternoon. Please, I just joined. I wasn't available. The time had elapsed, so I just joined. But the aspect of the discussion that came to my notice is about transparency. On the subject of transparency, I think even within the assembly, we are not only being transparent to the people we are serving, but to our own selves. But there is no system, I think, for us to be able to check that, and it's a worry. So I think we should be looking for a solution to that. But within the assembly itself, the staff or the members of the assembly are not transparent to themselves. The offices are supposed to work in collaboration with one another, but it seems we are separated as different entities. And so the efficiency and output of work is not there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amos. Amos, are you working with the local government?
Yes, local government, Crouching Chimo District Assembly.
Thank you for joining us, and your feedback is well noted. I'm sure the lead speaker will take note of this submission horizontal transparency. Honorable citizen, I can see your hand. Can you proceed? Citizen Tete.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon to you all. I must say I'm sorry I joined the discussion a bit late, and so I'm not too sure if any of the speakers earlier spoke about what I'm about to raise. Mine is a question. So in setting the agenda for decentralization and local governance transformation in Ghana, I like us to avert our minds to the involvement, the deliberate involvement or inclusion of youth and women. It appears our youth and women aren't too much interested in this agenda. So the question I want to pose is, what is the strategy while setting this agenda? What is the strategy to include youth and women in advancing this agenda? Thank you very much.
we'll definitely respond to this. So, any other on the Zoom platform? Any other? Hey, then we invite. Okay, now I can see hands popping up. Ibrahim Ali and Abigail Lab. Let's start with Ibrahim Ali. Please, if you want to ask a question, just raise your hands now so that there is no break in the submission. So let's go to Ibrahim Ali. Unmute your microphone, please.
Yes.
Ibrahim, please unmute. Alidu.
Sir, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes. Yes, my name is Ibrahim Halidu. I joined a bit late. I believe you touched on the politicization of our local assembly. With that issue, I have a concern, I have a worry, because as it stands now, I've had a number of assembly members complaining to me about they being sidelined because their party is not in power. So let's imagine having or politicizing our assembly. We have a CP, we have a PNC, or Party O or Party D. Don't you think it's going to deepen the crack within our local assembly? Because it's just a community, we all know ourselves. Ama knows Kofi, Kofi knows Ama. So when we politicize it, don't you think it's a sort of worry, or it's going to deepen our ranks for the cracks, as I said earlier?
Thank you very much, Ibrahim Ali. Thank you very much, Ibrahim Ali. So the question is, looking at the politicization of local governments or the multi-party approach in electing our local governments, wouldn't it deepen the crack of our local governments? Thank you very much. There's one person using Infonex Hot 8.
Hello, yes, sir.
Proceed.
Yes, sir. This is Maxwell Ohene. Please, I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity. I've been following for some time now, and I heard Doc's submission. That was a great. I was so much impressed. But I want to ask a question. I don't know whether it was captured in, because along the line we had some breakages. But I want to find out, what is the role of the technocrats at the assembly level? I mean, talking about decentralization. I just want to find out if it has been captured, fine, but I have not heard it. So I just want to know the role of the technocrats. I'm asking this because I heard something about the assemblymen, the fact that they need to be remunerated as part of, I mean, trying to improve, I mean, what they can do. I also heard of this before. People used to say that at this decentralized level or at the government level, people say that sometimes the government pretend to pay the people, and the people pretend to also work. I just want to know what can be done in terms of, I mean, the technocrats that are supposed to implement these things at these levels, because sometimes the resources get to the centralized, the decentralized level, and then sometimes if the people down there are not satisfied, they tend to do all sorts of things just to also satisfy themselves, and then to the detriment of the development of the areas where they are. So please, if it makes sense, I just want to know the role of the technocrats at that level. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. and we will proceed. Go to Lydia. Lydia Lavi, please unmute and proceed. Lydia Lavi on the Zoom.
Yes,
okay, thank you very much,
good
sir. So it's
afternoon.
actually Abigail Labi.
Abigail Lavi, sorry, Lydia, hold on. Abigail Lavi.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. I have just been listening to the conversations and the presentations so far. For somebody who has not been in mainstream local governance, I am just saddened and wondering whether there's really any hope for local governance and decentralization system in Ghana. Over the last couple of weeks, in fact, I've heard comments from people who work in mainstream local governance, like the district assemblies and all that. And sometimes I just wonder, but I also took notice of a lot of the recommendations that were made by the last presenter. My question has to do with whether there is also another opportunity for Ghanaians to consider the election of MMDCs again, or because we had a referendum opportunity and we lost that, we don't stand any such opportunity again. I particularly felt that was a good opportunity for us as citizens to be able to, elect our local people who lead us and lead the developments within our localities. Unfortunately, we missed that opportunity. It's all again about how we managed that referendum process with little information and education to voters and citizens and all that. I just want to know whether we still have that opportunity. Again, to also find out the extent to which local government practitioners are willing to even work with mainstream media. One of the things I find interesting is that there's still very little information disclosure, issues of access to information. It still looks like our local government system is very closed when it comes to information to citizens and all of that. And I just want to know whether there are some policies or some structures around trying to be more open as far as our local governance system is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Lydia, you may proceed.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lydia.
Thank you for giving me this platform. And I want to commend you, the organizers, for this program. In fact, you are doing a good job. May God bless you. And I read something on public choice theory, which says that individuals take decisions based on their self-interest. But looking at the local governance and the decentralization system, especially when it comes to D-parts, sometimes you will be there and the authorities will call you and then they will instruct you. You have no options but to obey them. Please, I am suggesting that when D-part is coming on, try and then you take the quarterly report, you look through the quarterly reports from the municipal assemblies. And then at the end of the D-parts, if they are able to pass, then you raise issues on it. Sometimes it is difficult to come out and say these things, but when we get opportunities like this, we have to air them out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ibrahim Halidu. Ibrahim Halidu, please proceed.
Hello, sorry, sir. I was supposed to drop my hand. I've already spoken.
Excellent, excellent, Ibrahim Ali. All right, so please drop your hand, Ibrahim. Go to the reaction button and drop your hand. Abigail, kindly do the same. If we do not have any other, then we'll have a mix. Anytime I see a hand up on the Zoom link, we'll go there and take the question. And now the floor is open to our participants. Face-to-face participants. You are now in this room. I can see a hand here. Okay, we have a second microphone for him, please.
Yes, please share the microphone. So you introduce yourself and then is wearing complete.
Let's go, cards.
Thank you. My name is Osman Rahman. I work for Ghana Development Association, GDCA, local NGO based in Tamale. I want to say that thank you very much, Dr. for your presentation. It's very enlightening. One of the things I wanted to hear, MMDs. I know that it's very important that we do it, but for many times I ask myself, what's really the purpose? I mean, Dr. You mentioned the idea of the number of people in local government is now reducing from 270 up to 110,000. It is good. And I ask myself a question, not you know, myself. And so what? And so what? Because the issue that we are facing every day, the control persists. If I travel from here to my hometown, to Subsequent, I don't know how long it will take me. It takes more time to read there than to reach my city. Because the development has not come. I remember when there was consultation about the at 936, there was a proposal to put the base population as a percentage of the net population. I remember it was like 3%. I mean, depending on whether it's metropolitan or whatever. Because the fixed figures of 75,000 and those ones are the basis on which we are getting the need receipts every day. But even apart from that, there are some things that were as far as 2012, we did, I don't even have to 50,000, population up to 50,000. And we have reasons why we are continuing doing that. We also know that it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time for this district to mature. Today, a lot of the districts don't have the full complement of the person we need. Go to health department where they are, which is very important, especially for our people. They don't get up 10% of the staff schedule they are supposed to get. So my question is, why do we continue to create new districts when these ones that are already there, we have not even utilized half of their potential? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to mention districts, but otherwise there are so many of them in northern region. Some of them are still under 40,000 population. These are the concerns that I have, that I think we need to make proposals to see how at least we can get this. Right now, the national electoral is supposed to begin in June. And I'm sure that politicians are waiting to get the figures when we create new assemblies. I mean, in some jurisdictions, they have actually reconglomerated the counties. I know in Denmark, they have done that. They have pulled back their counties to regroup them because of the difficulty in managing, this, because it's expensive. But this, I think, something we should take a serious look at, so that we can actually make our selection when efficient. Thank you very much. Next.
Yes. Broad objective. And we broke down that broad objective into these three specific ones.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Mohammed Rashad Abdullah. I'm the record, the beginner. I heard our meeting speaker mention that local problems requires local solutions. When we come back to Tamale meeting, we actually have problems there. I'm mentioning for some
Mental health screening
You go to our Tamale teaching hospital, which is the biggest ward you see, arms and then legs and bottom, as a result of activities of the miners operating these bicycles in the metropolis. There was a time our mayor wanted to stamp out this operations of the miners, only to be told by the politicians that from certain parties that will affect their fortunes and their elections. So what I want to say is that until we make it non-partisan, we will not even go a centimeter from the ground to experience any change, because politicians are not allowed to operate. And even if they are operating, then the tendency that at the top they might not be happy, because we also go that what we here, if we don't intervene, he will kill our party. And all these things are happening. And I can also see that on the part of our leadership, I think the chief executives, it looks as if they are only here to attend wedding ceremonies and then funeral and then naming ceremonies. If you as a leader, you don't go there, then they'll come out of the camera and say you are not sociable at all, you don't attend their programs or whatever. Education is key here. I think we should also say that people understand that those who are coming there are to serve the interests of the communities they are serving, and not an individual. These things are actually giving us problems, not only the MPs and the DC, even our parliamentarians, they have this problem. Don't attend an opinion leaders or party champions anything that is happening, and then you don't attend. The next time around, you will mobilize people and ensure that you meet the place. So I think our MMTCs, the chief executive must be elected. That's my thinking. And it was an opportunity we lost when it came to maybe voting to either agree that we elect them or otherwise, and then we let that thing slip for us. I think it's not over. People like you are there, big proposals, and we see how we can all back it. Something is this will not for them to have everything. And on the part of traditional authorities, they are not saying anything, not because they have nothing to say, but when you say something, they will not look at the substance of what you are saying, they will look at where you belong. And that's why we have all this here. So my appeal is that let's look at how we can do insulate those account leaders, so that no politician, no individual particular plan, otherwise just forget. Thank you very much.
Yes, please proceed to the next. Yes, they have just like you. Yes.
Thank you. Let me comment a bit for the presentation. All what we are saying has to do with that's the meeting with our regional minister on issues of development. One point I made, which I will what differentiates the white man from the black man in terms of development? There are some few things, and one of them is law. The law and its application. The white man respects it and will ensure that it works. But here we have all these beautiful laws, bylaws and all that. Do they work in the way they are supposed to work? No. Even for an MMT, even for an assembly to implement laws on sanitation, waste management, and other things. Like he said, you have some powers from somewhere, bringing pressure to bear on the MD, on the DC or the mayor. So until we are able to come together as a country to allow the law to work, we will continue talking the same way anytime we meet. Somebody breaks the law. The law has to take the person so that somebody will learn the lesson, and next time the person will not commit that. But we are in a country where you have a lot of intervention. If the interventions are not coming from politicians, they are coming from traditional authorities, they are coming from several angles. So the law must, I don't know how we achieve this together as a nation. Whether through applications,
this is 1 year, how they were doing that time. Let's come to a very scantily field.
That is the problem. And you call, the person will say this.
Okay, sorry. One second is attitude. Our attitude as a people, very bad. Largely anti-developmental, especially say that. Attitude. You are told that development cannot take place without money, not so. Chief, you mentioned the local economic development. I was quite happy with that. How do we empower the businesses in the jurisdictions of the assemblies to grow and therefore to make more income? We get all this money coming from elsewhere as grants and whatever because they are collecting that from their citizens. But here, talk about local generation of revenue is a disaster. Now, property rates, I think you mentioned that. How many assemblies can say they have valued their property? How many? And we started operating this concept of decentralization, not today. Okay. So let's see how assemblies can commit funds to property valuation. They are not serious with that. They say no money, no money. Even fiscal planning or town planning of the assembly jurisdiction, they say no money. Yesterday I decided in a meeting with the defense. Money will never be enough. It's a matter of how you prioritize what you want to do and what you think is important at the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go behind, right behind you. Yes. And then.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Adams, Suleiman Al-Council, Dean of Faculty of Sustainable Development. You did. Yeah, I've also been a DC. Not as long as my senior colleague, Chief. Yeah, Doc, thanks so much for your presentation. My first issue is that you talk about the way local government elections are normally not as serious as local government ones. Not because of the kind of organization that goes into national elections. MPs parliamentary candidates pumping money in, presidential candidates pumping money in. When it comes to the local assembly level, how much does the assembly members who are trying to win their electoral period, how much are they able to pump in? On the day of elections, how are they able to carry people from one corner to the other to the polling stations? I think this has been the result of low participation in our local government elections. In terms of the non-functionality of our local government units, like the unit committee system, I think it is also because of lack of motivation. We have the same issue with the assembly level, but the assembly members are somehow there. Because at the assembly level, some of them expect to get contracts from the assembly, to get other opportunities from the assembly. But when it gets to the unit level, there is no motivation. We don't see any motivation there. So what we are proposing in terms of town council, whatever, I don't know how it works, but it must come with motivation that will attract people to go into it. I also think that if we want revenue mobilization to be very effective at the local government level, we have to be accountable with whatever resources that we have at that level. At the grade school, when I went to the taxation and they came to lecture, my old man, he told me that Lampo ends up with the Lampo character, doesn't get it. I thought he didn't understand what he was talking about. And so when I became GCE and then realized the way that we lose a lot of revenue because of lack of accountability. The revenue collectors will go and collect the money order, but getting them to account for whatever they are collecting. So if I don't see the value of whatever I pay as basic rate, why should I be motivated to pay? So that is very important. But at the end of it all, the attitude that the earlier speaker spoke about is what we should all take seriously. We have all the policies, we have all the rules and regulations to make sure that things work. What do we see? You are driving this way, the motorbike is coming that way. It started with bikes, now it's motorbikes. And sometimes you also see vehicles. Where are the law enforcement? Why do we allow these things to happen? How can you do the wrong thing and expect something right to come out of it? Are we doing the right things as a people? I don't think we do. And that is where our problem is. And we must tackle that from that level. I am happy about the issue you raised regarding the ballot and the involvement of civil society organizations. Those of us who have the opportunity to live outside the sector, we know that people resign from their positions, not because sometimes they want to do that, but because of the pressure from civil society organizations. We should elect MMDCs. We should elect this or that. We are elected MPs. Are we able to hold them accountable? We elect the president. How effective are we in holding our ministers and our elected representatives accountable? So if we don't change our attitudes, if we don't say that we have done all the wrong things for some time in the morning, and we have gotten to a point that we should stop and then do the right thing, we will continue to be in this situation. Yesterday I was watching the TV and I saw Pandai people coming out in their numbers to clean their surroundings. I think they have gotten some kind of realization that nobody will come from Tamale to that house. Nobody will come from Accra to that house. Nobody will come from that unless we help ourselves. As a people, we should know that nobody will come from anywhere to that house if we do not help.
Thank you very much. Just jump to the next one. Good. Please introduce yourself and receive your submissions.
Yeah. My name is Akagana, Joseph Aspi. I'm a lecturer, a researcher, a practicing practitioner. I just want to take on the two speakers and then go into my points. You know, in development, we tend to look at physical resources as the one platform, you know. And in most countries, we are looking for oil, gold, and other things. But the condition in Ghana here, it is not gold and all other things. Why am I saying it is the vote? All that we are talking, you seated there, IMP, even no matter how our competency is and you put us there, it is our party whose soldiers will say, leave the office. and the politician will obey to the food soldiers. So what models are we putting in place for good work? Who decide that the right thing must be done? Who has the authority? The authority now is given to what we call food soldiers. And that is why the chief mentioned about these tricycles on the roads. I remember last year, this regime, when they came in first, the regional minister and the DC, the metropolitan, did marvelous work in Tamale here. Nobody is telling me this stuff. They clear all the roads within 2 months. That they are spoiling their roads. And so they have to come back, cost labor. That's the country we are in. You mentioned something, the attitude. For me, that is the point. Nothing can change us as Ghanaians. If our attitude is about power, it's about how I can take that power. No matter how it costs the public, there is nothing we can do about it. Again, I think my colleague mentioned that. You mentioned that through the presentation that MMD spend 5%. Yes, they have nothing to do. That's what they are saying, 5%. Because in this business, in your last statement, and I'll come to that, there is nothing called bureaucracy. And you cannot get the development or whatever resources you want from the people by going there with your mouth. You must spend money, with them money, and have support. I can't see anybody who is doing business with empty hands. But this is what we do here. All examples that I know in this country are poor. When I was on the panel for my interview to the as a lecturer, I rejected the content of poverty in Ghana for a region. And those who interviewed me are still alive. Because it is a concept that we have taken onto ourselves. We are seeing the resources that are available. How many of the districts, somebody you mentioned it in your presentation, have got a clear map of the resources that we have? Even some of the things that they see as problems and challenges are actual resources that they don't give. We are so much involved that we cannot identify and present it in the paper. When I talk about resources, I'm not going to talk about things that are live, even human beings. How do we format those resources to use for our today's work? One of the things that I like so much when you mentioned is about we must manage the samples as a business and not as a bureaucrat. In the United Kingdom, where I stay, the DC is given the appointment after he has presented his plan of action. And he still clear the indicator that he use money. So in 2 years, your indicator said that you'll be at this point. And 2 years you have not been there. You are sucking yourself, nobody is sucking you. These are the things that we must put in place. But if you come to a country that will say decentralization, and even the funds are not part of the district sample, but are the fund that is even released, the district common fund, is already been spent in certain areas and only sending the budget to the district sample. They are jokers. You may declare that local problems should be solved by local people. People cannot sit in a crowd and tell you what will happen with them. You just know the south where I am. Development in the 21st century is about the bottom up. It's not the top-down approach. Until we change those mechanisms and those at the local level, we rise up to the task and ensure that the right thing is done. We are not going anywhere. And so I call on the same voice that this should be elected. But I will go for the option that not on political grounds. So that the people can be accountable to the people who have elected them. They can bring you to an office today and tomorrow they can tell you that you are not performing. Leave. Instead of somebody sitting at back and telling you who should do and who should do what. Finally, when you read the material, they will tell you that local government structure of Ghana is the best. But in practice, does it even exist? And you see, for me, I don't look at the structure from where we are. Those who are supposed to know the structure is the people who have neglected. The unit committees, they are the people that we should make stronger because they live with the people and they aggregate information to the district assembly. And based on that, information can be developed. If there are resources, they know where the resources are. These are the people who are motivated and look like their biggest competence. So we need to really look at the whole concept again. We know why it is not working. This is nobody should tell us. We know. Can we rise up and say, yes, we have gone 13 years, that's not what was the case. Today, and from this point on, we are saying no, and let's go back to the root, the exact way we propose this concept, so that we can have a future. An example I want to give, I was then by not as I am today. The first district assembly that they were elected, those that were elected, appointed by government, was not their politicians. They were people on different backgrounds, technocrats. They will come in and blend those elected. So that based on their experience, they will help carry the ball. What do you see? If I don't wear NPP t-shirt, I can't be appointed. If I don't wear NDC t-shirt, I can't be appointed. And we still expect this country to go. It might be neutral.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm happy to still see some hands up in this room. But it's important for us to also think about our health conditions. We want to go on a 5 minutes health break so that our physical participants can grab some tea, some coffee, some cocoa drink just for 5 minutes. And once you grab it, you can come back to your seats. If you want to refresh, to use the washrooms, you can also take advantage of this health break to do so. And our Zoom participants, immediately we return, I can see some hands up, will come immediately to you. Definitely, this is going to be 5 minutes, and let's respect the 5 minutes. Whilst we are away, the Zoom participants will be treated to some patriotic songs. Thank you very much, and see you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
You are ready to go. Thank you so much. So we'll come back. Welcome back. Thank you very much, our Zoom audience, for staying with us. Continue with the questions, and before we went on recess, I remember our member had the chairman of the council about this. So both their submissions. Once they are done, Dr. Aoki will wind up the first session. Which will then usher us into the group discussions. We're going to have our physical participants grouped into 4 main groups: the thematic areas, political, administrative, fiscal, and then local economic. And in that discussion, we are going to tease out the issues and map out the agenda for the way forward. Our Zoom participants will also constitute another group, and they are going to attempt all the questions. It will also be moderated by one of our facilitators. So we'll proceed and go to our honorable participants before we are to make these submissions.
Well, good afternoon, and everyone is welcome back from the break. My first comment is that I really want to congratulate Dr. Aoki for giving us a very brilliant concept paper, in which he particularly outlined 4 issues. And these 4 issues actually delineate the areas that we need to tackle. I also want to stand on my feet to congratulate all practitioners of local governance. If you look at our discussion here, shows that local government is dynamic. In fact, it is not dying. It is very dynamic. It is part of the life of our people. Presently, some VCs having been appointed. The vacuum alone is causing hell in many areas. So it is very clear that local government, from even before 1992, from 92 today, has been part and parcel of our life. And every system gets sick, or along the line will need some diagnosis. And the diagnosis you give, the 4 thematic areas, actually, when we look at them, we'll be able to tease out a few things that we need to do to improve upon the system as it's operating today. I would also like to say that I've heard some lamentations about food soldiers and so on. Well, every generation and what it means. The first DCs, you know what it meant? Second back, Kufuor's DCs, Ronald's DCs, and the current DCs. So for a decentralization leader called a DC, for example, you meet generational challenges, and that will not mean that your institution is collapsing. No, it's just a challenge for the people, and it will pass by. What I would like to add to this discussion is that the 4 thematic areas, it appears that we have not added standards. What is a standard are we looking for? If you take, say, the political decentralization and local democratic governance, that's the decentralization itself. What are the standards? For example, a general assembly is supposed to meet 4 times in a year. 4. Whether it has money, it hasn't got money, it must meet 4 times in a year to fulfill the political function of the assembly. But how can you have a district assembly not meeting the whole year? Or the whole year, it has met just twice. And that was January, March, November, December, March. So let's add standards for each of the thematic areas. What are the standards required for performance? What are the standards required? The standards vary because maybe the standards required by Tumu District Assembly might be different from Obuasi District Assembly, which at one point was one of the richest in Ghana, Obuasi District Assembly. They didn't need you to correct the payment by Anglo-Federation was enough for them. You understand? And when I became DCE for Tamale, we nearly stopped with revenue collectors because we organized the occupational leaders themselves, tailors association, drivers association. What was we worked with them, and the revenue was really coming because we returned a certain percentage to them, and the revenue collectors themselves were serious. So, what I would like to conclude is that yes, the district assembly system was what we started with. Must we continue to call this assembly system? When the constitutional review was coming, the vehicle of local governance in Ghana was bolding district assembly system. Is there anything new? Is there any new nomenclature, both in content and in structure? Is there anything new? What we inherited, can we add something to it? If we define current anomalies, again, whatever we define, let's add standards. If you add standards to these things, we can measure the performance. If you don't add standards, you can just get up and sing 5 songs, okay, when you are supposed to do 15 songs. And I want to salute the researchers. I want to salute the practitioners. I want to salute all of us. I have been GCE, I have been Keda, I have been what you call it, except Keda person. I was, this when we started this residency program, and came this year, so on and so forth. So I want to salute everybody who has been in the system to ensure that the system has worked up to this level, that we are seeking ways and ways of improving. Let's work harder than before. And the local government system in Ghana will continue to be dynamic and among the best in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am Nava and the chief from the Nava Council for Water Service. The current chair, thank you so much for IATS in particular. For IRCC and the rest of the donors. I think that this forum, the first and the second, have been successful. The director has brought everything intelligently. It's not like this. Now, if you look at the last week at the DC, thank you so much, Najib. I was also a DC, and it's good that part of this, so that we can give this clear. If you look at decentralization itself is suffering. It's suffering. The way decentralization is suffering falls. The top and the down has not understood decentralization. And the actors of the top are we, and the actors of the down are the local community. We have not understood it, and that's why it suffers. We are eating everywhere, and forward to this, forward to that. And from what the lecturer was saying, it is not that we lack the knowledge decentralization or skills, but attitude. But as teachers, you agree with me that it is more difficult to build an objective around, attitude change than skills and knowledge. If you agree on that, that means we have a task. We have a task. Therefore, we need to tackle the decentralization on this basis.
One of the babies is deconcentration, and the other baby is devolution. I remember in 2002, when the late was 2000, we wanted to tackle decentralization. Members of cabinet criticized it because they thought he was hijacking everything, the Minister of Local Government. When we talked about bringing all other decentralized administration into the decentralization, it was there. You know. And so look at the cabinet of your understanding. Look at the legislature. Are they understanding decentralization? We start this, and before we realize we are all non-partisan. And before we realize, the MPs are the people who go down to the local level and tell them, I vote for this person because it's either A or B. And we have taken politics religiously. The second level, even if we understand decentralization, well, according to the ticket or according to the way it's supposed to be, like every lecture, one will ask itself, are you an entity or are you an entity? And then the reality changes completely. People here can school and agree. Yes. We have to tackle these things. Even the definition. You see, so when we take that, if you look at that deconcentration, or a lot of people do not even want let go other areas for decentralization to work effectively. They let go of it. A lot of people don't want, especially the law. Now, go back to the decentralization. I remember there was a focus group discussion. Students in the world in our area, and they asked the local community, what is that? You know what information they got? Some people got up and said, governance is a group of people in Accra sitting down in Accra, sharing money, sending their children to big schools and abroad, and sharing and doing a lot of things, and that's the governance. And they go to the president's office, and whatever they get, they come, whatever they don't get, that's all of it. That's what they understand. Then when we went back, what is local government? They said the local government was the DCE, who is selected by the president, will go to Accra and collect money. And when it comes to that, don't share the money. The assembly members of NDC, the assembly members of NPP will start partnering. And then they share the money that don't go give them. Can you imagine the thinking of the local people on the ground? So please, we have practiced decentralization back from years, but we have not gone anywhere. We have not gone anywhere. Somebody made this, so and they shy away. When I think we thought that when you go in and this family and you see people taking sides, I am this, you are that, whether it is wrong or right, they have taken the politics leaders. So these are politics shy and leave them in parallel. So it has happened. And so the question is, from here, I agree, and I also agree all that the DCs have to be elected. If they are supposed to be elected, where do we go from here? Does this forum end here? I think this forum.
Let me use money and eat.
And then the other one will back on the ground. If we don't start from those two angles, whether we like it, when we start and a lot of things are going on, the talk will come as quite down. Because the talk will look at the down interest. And you will lead them for all what the talk will for. Whatever you say, whether it is wrong or right, again, you don't care. That's why decentralization is happening. And so when we are discussing, I think that we have to broaden our knowledge a bit, also to cover the topic. We take policy and then cross, so that we can all be one another. Thank you very much.
I think that Director was exhaustive in his presentation. I would like to add to the point that if we want to properly reform, we also need to look at the issue of party or political party financing. I believe political party financing is part of the reasons why the center wants to hold on to power to be able to control the resources. And then to weaken the local level system so that they can have their influence and be able to get their vote. Also, at the local level, there are also actors who benefit from the current system because there is no accountability. We have to also look at some of those actors that are below, that are inhibiting the full evolution of decentralization so that we look at it. So if we look at the center and try to address the issue of party financing, I think the political party will be a little bit flexible and will want to actually encourage and develop fully the concept of decentralization.
Hey.
After that,
yeah, I'm Alabi Musa Bukhara. And what I'm going to say refers to the Executive Secretary, IMCC. Actually, sometime last year, because we have talked about local government, and sometime last year, we were sent to Volga to look at a draft local economic plan that was prepared and to make some comments before it be finalized. And up till now, we haven't heard anything. I don't know whether it has been finalized and copies haven't been sent or not. So I want to find out. Because we are preparing our 2022 to 2025 million tech plan. And this should also influence what we are doing as far as the plan is concerned. Because after we have prepared the plan, if we get it, it can be useless.
understanding issues my name. I work for civil society, especially called NIT. A lot has been said about the efficiency of our decentralized process. And I want to challenge all of us. I think that it's about time we stop this unnecessary excuses. To my pocket. We have had this opportunity several times. I happen to be part of this very meeting, the RCC conference room, but it appears nothing is changing in this country. So please, what do you think we can do to move out from what we have been doing all along? Let's see what we can do. We can still be talking. It is too much. So fellow participants and Ghanaians, I am challenging all of us. What do you think we can do so that we stop all these talk shops and then begin to zero into action? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This has been very useful discussions so far. Unbelievable the number of practitioners that are still on the Zoom following the discussions, making presentations, and the energy we have here, quite amazing. Thanks very much for all the questions. I can't answer all of them since there will be further discussions in the groups, of which at the end we should be able to come out with a good resolution. As I said, the purpose of this is not another talk shop, and I like the last speaker. I think we can't continue to be talking and taking action. And we can't assume that the top will just let things go. As I said earlier, and someone said it also, you see the public choice here, very interesting, self-interest. It is the reason why I made 3 positions. A top-down podcast settlement, which is key, likely to happen, or that we need that support, political commitment at all. But as I said, the bubble-up approach, we need to complement that, and that is what we are doing now. We need to take action. We can't continue to always talk, lament, and then go to sleep. We need to make declaration, and that is the reason why this forum is so key. We're collating ideas, put them together, and as we're going to have breakfast meetings with the executives and the committees in Parliament to exchange ideas and to push, to speed up the process of transformation, of reform. Because, as we said, we can't continue to do the same thing over and over and expect that things will change. No, because it is the interest of key people to keep the status quo. Because the status quo serves their interest, isn't it? And so the overlap is so important. And I think what we are doing now is to get this, and if we can get this, so that it's not only the people in Accra who always meet in nice auditoriums and then talk and talk. We are now looking at a coalition of grassroots organizations. That its interest, the first priority is local government reform, because that serves their interest. And I like the person who mentioned the public approach on this. But let me take some of the comments that have come from our colleagues, practitioners, researchers that are joining on Zoom. I think Abdul Rahman said something about the economies of skill. Why is it that we are letting subsidiarity principles drive the transformation, and that local products need local solutions can also be looked at in terms of economies of scale and equity? I think if you take economies of scale, what we are saying is that if we have large government providing services, the cost goes down. What we are saying is that who delivers doesn't matter as long as you can get economies of scale. And in fact, in a number of countries, rather even one are trying to use economies of scale to push their decentralization or transformation. And what they have done is that they amalgamate some of the states so that if you buy materials, so if you are providing services, the unit cost goes down with large municipalities, and that they are promoting big municipalities. We, on our other hand, is promoting small local governments in order to bring government closer. So, as I said earlier, there are a number of objectives that we can use decentralization to achieve. So, whilst one country feels that what matters to them is the unit cost and service provision, and so if we have large governments, then you centralize information and it can be stored. In fact, it's the basis of Zoom Live, it's the basis of sometimes a common fund. That's money absorbed because we're able to purchase schools at a large scale, and that reduces the cost. However, if you use subsidiarity principle, which drives, meaning that small is beautiful, meaning that local problems need local solutions, then what we are saying is that who delivers the market? What we are saying is that bringing government closer to the people matters more than service. You see, so there are a lot of objectives that we can use. But at any point, you balance it. Which one best suits your objectives? And at this moment, the government idea of reducing municipalities into small, metros into small municipalities is the idea of bringing government closer to the people. As you continue to organize municipalities into small ones, it creates a situation where diminishing returns set in. This economy starts setting in. And at this moment, we seem to have reached that, where more districts are created. That is why one of the participants here asked a question. Doesn't matter anymore, creating more districts. Because it's questioning what we are getting from it. This shows that we have reached the diseconomies scale, of which additional districts that are created are becoming viable. But creation of this is a political thing. And the politician will tell you, well, we will create a district. It is you, the technocrats, to make it viable for us. So there's an interest here, and the rational choice, the public choice theory, made this in self-interest. Clearly, it is the politician's interest first winning it. But without winning it, it's no longer power. How will we balance a win-win situation where, as the politician creates this to win election, services improves, local economic development improves? That is a win-win situation because the politician is also interested in seeing, winning election, also seeing services improve, because then there's a win-win situation. And we all have understanding of how the free education played a major role in the last election. So there is a situation where a win-win situation can, but the question is, how do we make the creation of local government viable? The situation where the cost of creating is now outweighing the benefits. So those are the things that in our discussion we need to think about. Have we reached the optimal level where additional creation of this leads to more or the benefit going down? That is one. And many are now pushing for metropolitan governance. In fact, the new decentralization policy makes room for intergovernmental cooperation, intermunicipal cooperation. And so many of these are in the policy. How do we take the policy and make them operational? That is it. Someone also asked a question about that citizen strategy to include the youth, women in the agenda. As part of this forum, I think we are keen in bringing the youth. We are keen in bringing women. But I also propose in the submissions I made that when we go for reforms and making the DCs and all assembly members electable, that's about the people, there can be a provision like what's happening in Uganda, where women are given seats, where they contest, only women contest. So at assembly level, as we open it for both men and women to contest and elect, which in the last election had only 9%, very embarrassing. We can create within a district, say, if we have 20 assembly members, we'll say 7 of them or 6 of them will be only contested by women. So we can be guaranteed. So from whatever, everyone contests, but you have women competition where we vote, everybody will vote, but it's the women who will compete. And then that right, Uganda is doing that, so they are very high. And that is affirmative action. We can't open it 100% and expect, because there is systematic marginalization against women. I think we can't have that. How do we empower it? How do we turn it around? That is one thing that this proposal we are making. I think Ibrahim Hamid also asked a question about if we make local government election partisan, it will deepen the cracks that we have. It will widen the MPP NDC tension we have. But I think if there's one thing that this election, the past election taught us, is that the two parties will need to work together. That's the citizens made that clear, the voters made that clear, that they expect the two political parties to work together. Who would have ever thought that the Speaker of Parliament would be from opposition? If someone had said this before the election, we say, oh no, that is impossible. They will fight. Parliament will be ungovernable. It's not possible. But our democracy is so dynamic. And so many of the things that we say, that once local elections become partisan, we will tear ourselves into pieces, we will fight, we will support. I think it's over exaggeration. Look, I have seen countries that fought in a civil war, that 1 million people died. They are organizing their local government elections on a partisan basis. Mozambique. They are not fighting, they are not killing because of an invasion here and this here. No. So when you talk about inclusiveness, this possible. Yesterday I had a discussion with someone who said, well, the environment now, that's the best time to organize the referendum. I said, well, it's going to be tough. And using some mechanism, theories, and explain why this is the best time. But whatever it is, whether partisan or not partisan, the election of PCs is a major, it's going to be a fundamental change. And bringing it back, bringing the referendum back, I think it's something that we must all push for. We let that opportunity slip by because many people didn't understand it. Those who understood it made it so worse in terms of partisan and fighting the system. This is the opportunity to help set an agenda for it. The president said that he was withdrawing it. So there will be consultation, there will be political settlement, there will be consensus building. If we don't bring the discussion back and we let things die down slowly and then, we will never get settled. Never. Because we have gone through this for 30-something years. We have never. I've done a lot of research to find which countries are practicing this type of liberal democracy. The only country that comes close to it as some in the government is Pakistan, which is organizing local government elections on non-partisan basis. Okay. There are other modalities, but in the liberal democratic system, the mode of organization of people and ideas is through party systems. And so, if we continue to dehumanize, make partisan discussions as do or die issue and making it inside. One day, unfortunately, somebody will say, let's even stop multi-party democracy because it's useless. Become a slippery slope. Someone says, if it's not broken, not fixed. But we know very well that our local government system is broken. So, how will partisan make it worse? How? Let's analyze how ever get worse. At this moment, when our analysis show that the relationship between the local government and citizens and local is so good that people can say, for a whole year, there are many of you, for a whole year, you have never interacted with the local government. You have never gotten a small service, not a single service from your municipality. Because you buy your own water from your sachet or your borehole, you pay a boboya to collect your garbage, isn't it? You take your child to a school that maybe is private or that the teacher is centralized. Water is a centralized, everything. So to you, how do you relate to the local government? You haven't even seen your family member before because you were not part of this or the election. You didn't even bother, you didn't even listen to the discussions because the local government is becoming good for you. How do we energize it? And that is what this forum is all about. Not only that we talk about it, but we make resolutions to change it. So the public choice theory, the person who asked that was leading. The public choice theory talks about individual interest. That interest supersedes everything that individual does. But it is possible that we can make public choice theory also equal to public interest. Your rational interest theory, your rational interest can be created with public choice theory when the rules of the game is made said that you cannot do otherwise. Someone said about we, Africans and the black people, we are not disciplined. No, everybody can be indisciplined. It is the institutions that discipline people. We enforce it. We enforce it. And so there are so many things that we can let the local government if change the rules. And one of the things we need to do is reforming the Act 9367. Because the Act 9366 has also become a problem for local government reforms because it entrenches some of the status quo that we have. So there's time, it was passed only 2016. People will say, well, let's wait. But it has become an impediment. You see? So there are a lot of changes that need to come, and we will revisit this. I made a proposal that the DCE's performance must be clearly earmarked with hard data, and that is moving towards business executive model. I mean, electing DCE will not take place in a year or two, given the reforms that will come. So in the meantime, in this short term, we expect that the president, as he's thinking about appointing DCEs now, must be given, the DCEs must be given performance contracts with clear indicators which are measurable. And the citizens must have the opportunity to score or value or assess the performance of their DC through a simple scorecard. Now with technology, citizens in their local area who are registered can easily vote on a simple question: how do you assess the performance of your DC? We can control that system so that only those people within the district can vote. On that basis, we put DCs on their toe. In Rwanda, this is what they are using to assess the performance of their DCs. Clear, measurable indicators, and citizens' assessment. So that DCE keeping his or her position is not based on its allegiance to the party or to this allegiance to the business of local government. If all a DCE has is being a pooling agent or a party pushing, that's not good enough to be a DCE. You must also have the ability to manage. You are managing 100,000 people. That is a business that cannot be managed through a CV that is based on being a agent. No, you must have some ability, you must have some capacity. That can be trained, but also, it must have some indicators. So those are the accountability things that we can I think there are a number of ideas that have come. I like the presentations, I like the discussions that have come. Aga Khan from the university said something which actually touches on me as well. You see, ideas move people, ideas move nations. It's happening in the French Revolution, it's happening in the Industrial Revolution, ideas. We shouldn't just let politics, as if the politics is the ultimate. Yes, but let's also have ideas, because I believe that ideas can. And so, you said something about the food soldiers, and no, it's not the food soldiers that are going to move. We will be also moved by ideas, and that is what some of the ideas that are coming from here will be put together. And it's not all about just power. Sometimes ideas can also make difference, like what is happening in Rwanda in terms of ideas. And I like a number of comments from the former mayor. Local governments are dynamic, yes, changing very fast, but have we got smart local bureaucrats that take the opportunities that is happening and to change the discourse. We are now proposing a shift away from traditional service-oriented local government to developmental local governance approach, with a focus on local economic development and an elected mayor. That is different from what we have done. This is a new concept, new ideas that is changing how local governments are being managed in Latin America and Southeast Asia. Why? Because they believe what matters to people is about their jobs. It's jobs. Once people get jobs, they are able to pay their property rates, they are able to pay their rent, they are able to pay, they are able to contribute towards local development. They are able to do so many things. You see, so that is where the focus of our new local government should look at. And yet, our attitude towards local government is pathetic. As I said, only 5% of district or local government budget goes into supporting local government. How can you change? How can you move towards facilitating local economy? And then we expect everything to come from the center. That economy is a central government responsibility. No, local government is not only there for services. What sort of services, as I showed, the services are too big. That means that we need to get the services right before we go to new. No, the world is changing, and our citizens are becoming more demanding. And because they are so frustrated with the local government system that is not, meeting their needs, they turn their attention to the center for solutions to local problems. And that is not what decentralization is about. Unless we say, well, let's forget about decentralization. But that is a constitutional thing we cannot forget. You see, so those are the things that I think is going to change. So the challenge is huge. I would even propose that assemblies should meet more than 4 times. Because the business of assembly, it's not just meeting 2 hours to deliberate on something and then you don't meet again until 4 years. If our parliamentarians are meeting every day, are we saying that local problems needs only a quarter meetings to solve them? Knowing that they are more closer to us. That is where I do expect more meetings, more discussions of local issues. But even the 4 times can be problem. Someone said the whole quarter, we meet only once, and then you say there's no money. And I've challenged that assembly members. That if you are the key lawmakers at the local level, you are the one to approve the budget. If you cannot enforce that one budget is in there to meet, how do you say you are the lawmaker at the local level? Who signed the contract, who approved the budget at the local level? He says that this doesn't give us money to hold meetings. You approve the budget. Some of them have not been seen the budget, but they are approved. Why? Because it's coming from the BC. You haven't even seen the budget. You have approved it. And then you come to the assembly meeting. They say they don't have money to pay. Yes. You see? So that is fundamental progress. And we need this transformation. And so thanks very much for a lot of the ideas. I think I like going forward. Thanks so much. Please give him a hand.
Thank you so much, Dr. Our Zoom participants are very active. I can see 33 persons engaged on this Zoom platform, which is quite fiscal participants. Show them appreciation. So in the next part, we're going to have a breakout session. Intensive discussions and deliberations at the group level. The groups clustered in four main thematic areas: political decentralization and local democratic governance, administrative decentralization and service provision. Third group, fiscal decentralization. And the fourth group, local economic development. For our participants on Zoom, I will join you for us to answer all these questions. All these questions we're going to answer. And for those of us in this fiscal session, we're going to have ourselves grouped in the four thematic areas. And we want to give you the preference to choose which of the groups you want to associate with: political, administrative, fiscal, local. So group one, political decentralization, will be here to my left side. Group two will follow to the tail end: administrative decentralization, fiscal decentralization over here, and local economic development to the right, my immediate right. Do I have the pleasure of the house? What is the feeling of the house? I know lunch is very much ready at 1:30. Being mindful about the situation, should we proceed for the next hour with the group discussions and examine the feeling of the groups, the mood, whether or not we should go for lunch and come and continue for others? Chairman is proposing that we go on the break. We just form the groups, know ourselves in the groups, take down the names of members of the group, and then we go for the lunch break, 45 minutes. Then we come back to start the brainstorming activity. Two main tasks. What are the issues? What are the issues, your views, your experiences, of the things that need to change for us to have this transformed local governance arrangement done? The things that need to change. And you know, maybe then you are going to propose the strategy, the recommendation on how it should be done. It's a strategy development session for you. What are the issues in terms of your views about the current situation that you are so fed up with? And how do we move from where we are now? Very simple instruction. You all be assigned group facilitators. And for political decentralization, my brother Fred, the Dean of Studies and Research of the Institute, would facilitate the session. Administrative decentralization will be facilitated by Richard, the Deputy Director, Tamale Campus. Please, let's see you. Let's see. Fred, where is Fred? In fact, Fred, you want to join me here? Because your team will be here. So come around this corner. Richard, you're also joining
administrative issue. So join them in that clinical. Rafael Abora will handle fiscal decentralization. So stay where you are. And Salia Agomunu, standing, will also handle local economic development. So you'll be somewhere there in the back. Participants, decide where you want to belong. The 4 thematic areas. Show by hand. Show by hand. If you want to join political decentralization and local democratic governance, show by hand. Look, you are there. Hey, the masters are there already. But I like your exemption. So you go into right. So the 4, join by 2 here. Wow. Right. We'll come back to that. We should. Good. So we have the group. Please come around. If you raise up the hand, let's come to this group. We'll do something about this. We can reconsider the groups. If we have any imbalance in the room. The second group is administrative decentralization, and the deputy director is there. Administrative decentralization, show by hand. How many of you would like to join? And then 2 participants, I've not forgotten you. I'll join you too for us to have our discussions. All right. Administrative decentralization. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Please, Richard, kindly connect with your members. Let's know your members. 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 Fiscal decentralization experts. Fiscal, please move to the corner here. Please move to them. Sorry. Good. Fiscal, go around Rafa here. Fiscal decentralization. And then local economic development, the entrepreneurs, the business drivers, to the tail end here, local economic development, and then we want to see the balance. I mean, my brothers, you're all appreciating this information. Go to please now. Yes. Please now. With all your things, with all your gadgets. Yes, please now, so that we can see the composition, the membership. Please move now. Facilitators, take the names of your members. So, once we have this, consider the groups, we can then move on. Please settle down quickly. Let me have a right here. How the groups are composed. Political decentralization, administrative decentralization. This one, fiscal decentralization. And look at it. Please take down your names very quickly. Your names, the names and the phone numbers very quickly before we go out for. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4. Fiscal decentralization. How many people do we have in administrative decentralization? 5. How many people do we have
political decentralization. Okay, so once we are done, can we let's go for lunch in terms of the fiscal participants. Let's break for lunch now. It's 2:20. And then let's have 40 minutes break. Let's have a 40 minutes break for lunch. When we come back, you go straight into your working groups. You go straight into your working groups. And on this note, I'll move straight to our Zoom audience to have interaction.
Yes, sir. Please, can you get up so that we close the door and you sit behind?
Nasıl formayı? Vamos. Hello, everyone on Zoom. Do I have anyone here?
Yes, sir.
I can see Amos. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So show me your hands if you are here. Let me see your hands if you are here. So I can see 6 active participants out of 23. Only 6. Okay, 7, 8, 9. Show your hands if you are here. I really want to know the number of active participants on Zoom. 10.
I am here. I am here.
Yes, I know, Lydia, you are here. I know. So 10. People are still trying to connect. Amos is there. Amwa. Satina, are you there? Gamali, are you there? Cyril, are you here? Okay, at least majority of us are here in the room. Good, Satina. All right. Gamali. Where is my brother Gamali? Shout out to MG, Maria Goretti.
David, I'm here.
Excellent, Gamali. Happy you are here. Good. So we have a task to perform. In our case, maybe we'll attempt all the issues under the 4 thematic areas. And I want to find out from you whether we should proceed with our discussions here on the Zoom, or we fall in line with the physical groups who have now taken a lunch break. What is the pleasure of the House? I'm all ears, please.
So, sir, first of all, we want the food to be decentralized.
Okay. It is well noted. In fact, we should have thought through this and made provision for that, so that wherever you are, I mean, we could get you some food. That is decentralized food, isn't it?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
We'll check on what remedy we can put in place to address this gap. Good. So should we proceed, or we should hold on and come back when all the other groups are back so that we work together? Then probably it helps me to also take a break. What do you think?
I think we should come back.
So that some of us too can also go for a break. Yeah.
For a break, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Damale, so it's an agreement of the House that we hold on.
Go on break.
Exactly. Go on the recess and come back at 3 p.m.
Okay.
At 3 p.m. All right. Thank you very much. So see you all at 3 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you too, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
Please lower your hands, okay? Please lower your hands, okay?
No, Lydia.
Yes. If you don't take care, your hands will be tired.
We'll not lower our hands.
I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Do it for me, okay?
I hear. Lydia, I hear. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Likita.
Oh, Likita.
Amos, your hand is up.
Hey, that's my hand is not up.
How does it work?
Hello, Zoom participants. Time is up. Can I see by hands those of us who are behind our devices? Okay, Abigail is here. Nanoye is here. Michael Dramani is here. Juliana Nkrumah is also here. Lydia, Cyril, Cooks, Abigail, Akib. Okay, all right. Thanks, Cooks, for being here. So, welcome back, everybody. What I've tried to do here is to pull together a template that we're going to use to carry out this assignment. So I have 4 obstacle templates. One focusing on each thematic area. So we have political decentralization and local democratic governance, administrative decentralization and service provision, fiscal decentralization, and local economic development. So for the Zoom participants, we are supposed to attempt all the thematic areas by identifying the issues. What do we think are the current situation that needs to change? And what ideas do we have to bring about this change we are craving for? And that's what we are going to do. So maybe we start first with the subject of political decentralization and local democratic governance. Any ideas on the current situation that needs to change? So even as you contribute, I take notes directly on the screen that I'm sharing with you, so that immediately we finish, we would have had our report ready. And once we go back to the plenary, we shall present this report as the proposal that the Zoom participants have for the bigger group. Am I clear, please? Nanoye, are you there? Nanoye, I can see your hands up. Nanoye, you want to unmute and proceed with your submission? Everyone is quiet. Please, am I clear on the instructions, please? There's so much silence in the room. Hello, Lydia. Yes, Lydia. Yes, Lydia.
I've seen something on the screen.
That is correct. So what is going on in our political decentralization environment that needs to change? And what ideas do we have or strategies do we have to bring about the change? Yes, Lydia.
The political decentralization.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, Lydia, you muted your microphone.
Sir.
Oh, you don't have it.
I'm still thinking about it.
You're still thinking about it. Okay. But group, we feel free. We can start from any of the thematic areas. We can also start from administrative decentralization. We can start from fiscal decentralization or start with local economic development. So feel free. Feel free. Any of the areas that anyone feels strongly about, that he or she wants to make a submission in that regard.
With the administrative decentralization. Hello?
Yes, Lydia.
The administrative decentralization.
Yes.
To some extent, it looks as if there is no clear cut of job description. I'm saying this because sometimes you get to the municipal and then this one will say, it is this department that is supposed to do this. It is this department that is supposed to do this. And always there is some grievances between administration and other departments. So to me, there should be clear cut of job description for the department. Although they are there, still it is not clear.
Okay, I think the point is well noted.
And then also secondly, the decentralization system has affected a lot of staff. Those that were migrated from the civil service to the local government. You see, you know, when we were in the civil service, there is you go through the rank. When it is time for you to go for your interview, you go without any course or any what do you call it, certificate and all that. But now at local government, if you want to get to this grade, you have to have certificate attached to it, which it is disturbing a lot of people. If it happens that way, then it means the poor, those who are coming from the poor background and there's no money to further their education, will be left out. I don't know if you get me.
Yes. So the problem is now the fact that you are not including the fact that they need to be trained and they need to acquire additional certificates. But your problem is who pays for this training? Is that correct? Hello, Lydia.
Yes. It seems
Correct.
there's a
Because once we have
noise at the background.
a
Hello?
Lydia,
Hello? Hello?
yes, Lydia. All right. Lydia.
Yes.
As a point being made, look at the screen that I shared.
Hello?
Yes, Lydia. As a point being made. Have you seen the screen?
The screen, yes.
So for
migration of staff from civil service to local government has been problematic with multiple requirements. Yes, for promotion, especially certificate and all that. Yes, good.
All right. So who pays for this training so that we can ensure some evenness in the training opportunities that is provided? Otherwise, those
It
who
is
can afford.
it is the individual.
No. So the question you are asking is that who pays for this? Because an individual may not be able to afford, but if you come to assembly contributing or paying for this, it might
Yes, it is
address the
assembly
challenge.
that has to. We are saying is what we are saying is that at least the assembly should support. But when you go to the assembly, there's this syndrome of no money.
Okay.
There's this syndrome of no money, and then also I learned if you have we had a lecture where I got to know that if the assembly is able to generate a revenue more, then the district assembly common fund that comes is more, which to me it doesn't go well for me.
Lee, you are talking about the responsive factor. Are you talking about the responsive factor? That is a condition that when you are able to generate more internally, it is a way of showing capacity that you can do well. Therefore, more is given to you in the transfer from central government as the BACM. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
So, Michael, I can see your hands up. Kindly unmute and proceed, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Michael.
Yes. In fact, I just joined, yes. I just joined you about some 10 minutes ago. So, but I don't know when you started, but I want to deal with the political decentralization. Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, Michael, you are on. You are listening.
Please proceed, Michael.
Okay. So I want to delve into the political decentralization. With the political decentralization, I don't know whether there is a standard for the qualification of a DC or MC, because in other districts, you would go there, the DC is just anything. He cannot even write a letter on his own.
and he's the administrative head of the whole district, who cannot understand so many issues about administration. So I think that is a very big problem for the political decentralization. I also hope that it will be an elective position, because some of them, it is just an opportunity for them to come and make money and go away, because nobody can question him or her about his performance during his tenureship as a DC or MC. So if it, but if it is an elective position, there will be seriousness in the discharge of their duties, instead of always trying to do whatever the master will say. Some of them, when a political head is visiting a particular district or municipality, they will come and expend some huge expenditures on the district. Who is to bear the cost? It is the DCE. So any money that he will pounce on, whether from common fund or anything, he takes the money to settle that particular debt. And that affects the development of the district a lot. So with the political decentralization, we should make it an elective position so that control from the central government is limited. And the DC will be very serious with his development agenda, because if he does well, he's likely to be re-elected. But if he fails, then he knows that the next election is also going to fail. So this is my submission on the political decentralization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michael, for your submission. And as you make the submissions, I try as much as possible to summarize the notes in our template that we have provided. So for those of you who just joined us, I'm bringing up to speed with what we have done so far. Remember, we are in our group discussions and we are trying as much as possible to tease out the current situation of local government and decentralization and the areas of change that we should desire. And we are doing this for all the 4 areas: political decentralization, administrative decentralization, fiscal decentralization, and local economic development. We very much opened up the space so that any aspect of the thematic areas that you want to contribute on, you can go straight to make your submissions. So what are the key issues? The one that listed the issues will come out to map out the strategies. How are we going to address the challenges that we feel proposed here in our discussion? So we've just had 2 contributions on the political decentralization. Whether there are any standards for qualification of MMDCs before they are nominated and endorsed by the assembly. Because in some assemblies, we are seeing low capacities of MMDCs that they don't even appreciate the public administration system. And this affects success for such a leader, in local government. And Michael also added that the elections of MMDCs is our best bet forward. We'll come to discuss how does this election process, how do we envisage this election, what should needs to be done. And I know also that Lydia started a discussion on administrative decentralization and service provision and made a point that there is no clear-cut job descriptions. Now, she mentioned job description. Captured this here as responsibilities. We go right from the department level to the staff within the departments. There is total chaos. sometimes it's stated in the documents, in our protocols, but in actual practice, that is not what we see. People are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. People are assigned roles that they shouldn't be performing. Others are idling, not having anything to do. And she also added that the migration of staff from the civil service to the local government service sometime in 2006, 2008, thereabout, has been problematic, particularly with respect to staff promotion, which is a key ingredient for motivation of the staff. The requirement for us to make sure you have certain certificates for you to be promoted sometimes affects less endowed individuals or even MMDs. If we can put together a certain resource to cover training and educational interventions in the sector. So these are the submissions we have so far from our audience. Folks, the floor is open. Now we have Dameli on the floor. Dameli, please proceed, Dameli.
David, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So we're talking about transforming local government and or local governance and decentralization in Ghana. Now, in the area of political decentralization, for instance, we what we have written there now, for me, I think we are missing the point. Right? Now, why am I saying that? The challenge is not with the systems. The challenge that Ghana's local government system faces is not with the system, right? It's not with institutional arrangements. Okay, the challenge is in letting go, right? So yes, and that, so essentially allowing the systems to work, right? Because if you look at institutional arrangements, we have everything. So I hear people saying, oh, election of MMDCs will do it. I mean, I will say this again. I know, David, you know my views on this one. But the point is that even if you elect an MMDC, right, and then he's not fully in charge, then you are just, you're tying his hands behind him and you're putting him in front of the people, right? It's like a boxer, you go into the ring, your hands are tied behind you, your opponent will just, annihilate you. And that's the situation. So it's a political thing. We need the political will. We need the political decision makers to be able to say, this is the agenda. So make sure everybody at the center, we say we are decentralized, right? And so once we are decentralizing, we want the power and the resources to go. We don't want implementation from the center. Now, these things are political in nature. So if you do not, I mean, right? So if you do not have that ship in hand, to be able to force people to do it, we will never get there. Because we will elect DCs, but the DC will be ineffective. You won't be able to do anything. You can do several elections, like Doc was suggesting, that, okay, in the meantime, before we elect, we should do the Rwandan style, where MMDCs, you almost do like a mini referendum in their district, right? And then the people are able to assess their performance. Now, the point is that if you can do all of that, you just be blaming the poor DC, the man in the seat. However, I mean, what really needs to be done is from the top.
Excellent.
Yes,
excellent submission.
Okay. Yeah, and in fact, with what we currently have, if we allow the systems to work, we will see much improvement. We will see very serious improvement. The disconnect between local authorities and their people, you see it very nicely married. That disconnect will go away if we just allow the systems as they are currently to even work as they are now. If we just allow them to work, so for me, I think that That's where we need to we need to tackle it from. All these other things, you know, are still window dressing.
Okay. Yes, point well noted. I've captured the two areas under political decentralization. I'll be coming back to royal entry shortly. So for Gamali.
Hello.
Yes, royal entry. I'll come back to
Can you hear me?
shortly. Right.
Okay.
I'll come back to you shortly. Yes. So
Good.
Gamali has indicated that the challenges for our local governments is not the absence of institutional arrangements or framework to run the system. And an election of MMDC may not necessarily lead to effectiveness, efficiency, and economy of our local governments. He is calling for political roles. So in his submission, he's saying that the top must be willing to let go so that we can see the true meaning of decentralization in Ghana. I don't know what Roya is saying, but he also emphasized that there's a disconnect with local governments and citizens. But again, that disconnect can be addressed if the local governments are empowered. Local governments are empowered to perform their responsibilities to address this kind of disconnect. And so that's Gamali's submission. I don't know what Royal entry is bringing. Royal, you have the floor. Unmute your microphone.
Thank you very much. I agree partially with the last speaker when he says the election of the MMDCs alone might not be the solution, but at least it will fulfill the theoretical argument of true decentralization, that's political decentralization. Because the situation now where we have the president appointing the MMDCs is in a way an affront to political decentralization. So I believe it will be one of the ways to go, that is electing the MMDCs. As to the other argument of whether on the ticket of parties or not, I wouldn't want to go there now. But I want to say that the other bit of it is the interest of the people. There's a lot of apathy when I'm a practitioner at the local level. Do the people really see the local authorities as their governments? If they were to see the local authorities as their government, then they will participate in their activities. So there's a lot of, enthusiasm at the local level is low. And that's one of the areas I believe we should look at. How can we, for instance, mobilize the people to take active part in governance at the local level? And I believe the issue of assembly members also comes to the fore. How do we let the assembly members see themselves as, if you like, MPs of the electoral areas? Can we resource them much more than we have done up to this stage, so that they will be able to assume their proper role as assembly members, and then be able to also mobilize the people? Then we go to the sub-districts, the zonal councils and area councils. You attend zonal council meetings, and the unit committee members, some of them, you realize they do not even understand why they are there. They do not understand the issues. They seem not to have any contribution whatsoever to the discussion. Can we begin to have a discussion along some basic qualification? For instance, I'm not talking about academic qualification here. Can we think of getting people who are already active in terms of community development? When it comes to even, what do you call it? Cleaning, communal labor. When it comes to issues of community, they are at the forefront, not necessarily having academic qualification. So that those we get into the zonal councils are already people who are active on the ground. There's one thing, I don't know if I'm talking too much, that I believe yes, we should be looking at.
The Constitution enjoins our government to ensure that, to take appropriate measures to ensure that the citizens are loyal to the nation and that their loyalty overrides any ethnic or other loyalties. But in Ghana, I can say without a shadow of doubt that people are more loyal to their religious sects, the religious institutions to which they believe. They are more loyal to these religious, so I'm talking about FBOs here, said than to the nation. Now, I believe we should begin to have deeper engagements with the religious organizations so that, and I'm giving you an example, the pastors always preach about tithing, but it's also, for instance, I'm a Christian. The Bible enjoins us to pay tax. So if the pastor is preaching about tithing and is not preaching tax, paying tax to the nation, it means the pastor himself is at fault. How can we get them to appreciate that service to the nation is service to God? So that whilst they mobilize their people towards development of the church, they will also mobilize them towards development of the nation. So I believe we should start engaging the religious bodies more. The platform on which we engage them should be elevated to a higher ground so that they will also feel not as passive stakeholders, but as important, crucial stakeholders so that they also come on board, especially at the local level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Royal. Now, Abigail Labi. Abigail Labi, which area are you making your submissions on? Which aspect? We have barely 16 minutes to go. Abigail, which
Okay,
aspect you want to deal with?
I probably think it's a bit about the political administration.
Administration.
Yes,
Okay.
the political decentralization.
Political decentralization.
Yes, please. So lately, I've been reading a bit about the local government systems in Africa, and one of the things that is coming up is the issue of politics of the central versus the local relations. So we cannot avoid the fact that indeed whatever the political national level political context is what dictates what happens during decentralization or at the local level. And I think that what I am seeing is a lot of political capture at the national level. So we tend to see patronage at the local level. The elites at the very top try to get people at the local level, to do their bidding instead of doing things that will favor the people. Because at the end of the day, we expect that decentralization will be in the interest of the people. I think that, as perhaps others have said, what we want to look at is to also have a very strong civil society and how we can mobilize citizens to be able to demand certain things from people. Because the political class is such that if things benefit them, they are not in a hurry or they are not interested in doing anything that will not be in their interest. Whatever it is must benefit them. And we have even seen what happened in the 2020 elections. And I think that we need a strong civil society that is also able to mobilize citizens to be able to get some of these things done. In fact, in some of the previous classes I have been in, I have also beginning to see a bit about the administrative decentralization, where performance evaluation and management is a huge problem when it comes to the local government sector. Honestly, I don't know what can be done about it, but I think that it's one of the issues that also need to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. My colleague, Felix, will continue with the screen sharing so that he will take the notes whilst I commit some time to moderate the session. So I'll drop my screen and then Felix would come up to share the screen. He's continuing from where I just left. All right, so let's move to Juliana.
Hello?
Yes. Who has the floor? Who has the floor, please? Who has the floor? Felix is now sharing the screen. Felix is sharing the screen. But who has the floor?
Hello.
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 Who is this?
This Royal.
Royal. Okay, proceed, Royal. Royal, proceed.
Yes. Okay, so I've already spoken about the political decentralization.
Okay.
And I want to now talk about fiscal and to emphasize that potentially fiscal decentralization has also could have a lot of impact on political decentralization or give true meaning to political decentralization. I alluded to the fact that there's a lot of apathy, there's low interest when it comes to citizens towards the local authorities. It's because they don't see much in terms of service delivery, in terms of development coming from the assemblies. So I believe efforts should be made to ensure that the assemblies are not just autonomous in terms of decisions as to how they spend their money, but then they are also empowered to be able to raise enough revenue so that they will be able to deliver the services and the projects that the people need. And I believe in so doing, we'll be able to move the issue of decentralization forward in totality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Royal. Now, thank you, Royal. Felix, you need to go to the chat box. If you go to the chat box, you realize
I've seen that.
Yes,
Louis has posted something.
Lois had made a number of proposals. So please copy all that is in the chat. MMDC should be elected on non-partisan basis. MMDA's autonomy should be expanded for their effective resource mobilization and utilization. The allocation of the District Assembly Common Fund could be pegged with the MMDA's local revenue generation capacities. And then we need to institute a system of social accountability and performance assessment of MMDAs. And the management teams rank the MMDAs and publish. So it's a mix of fiscal decentralization and administrative decentralization. So copy it and paste it at the relevant places. Thank you very much, Lois. A champion. So we'll proceed. Any other submission, please? Royal, do you still have your hands up? Any other submission? Or we should give Felix some time. We barely have 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go for our presentation. Let's give Felix some time to polish up our templates, and then we'll proceed. Alex, how's it going? You stop sharing the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll give you some time.
Yes, please. Okay, so senior Louis, if you can help me understand this one. I see your social accountability suggesting more of an administrative decentralization than political decentralization. Am I right?
Yes, Felix, I'm in agreement to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
A pleasure. Take care.
Please, I'm done, so I'm sharing again.
Excellent. Folks, feel free as he rolls down the slides for your inputs. If you have any contributions to make, please feel free to do that.
Okay, I'm done. If there are other comments, and then we go to the ideas for the transformation agenda. So please, do we have enough time?
Hello, Felix.
Yes, please.
Now, some of the submissions on the administrative decentralization were recommendations, for the transformation agenda. So we should know where we place them.
We place them, okay.
The issues are on the left, and then the proposals are on the right. Folks, let's spend some time now to look at the ideas about the transformation agenda. We have just 5 minutes. Very quickly, Felix, take us to political decentralization.
Okay.
And let's fill the gaps. So the first one, do we all agree with the issue identified here that the low capacities of MMDCs appointed contributes to the weak performance of local governments? Do we all agree, please? And what proposals do we have going forward? Is it a cliche, elect them? What is the guarantee that when we elect them, they will have that capacity that we are calling for? Gameli, please.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with the capacity of the DC. To be honest with you, how many ministers do we know, right? And what qualifications do they hold? Imagine they say the DC was made a minister. Would we say that they do not have capacity? Right? That's the same kind of thing. If the DC, that same DC qualifies to be a minister. So if the person is made a minister, it's gone through their vetting, they will be approved and what have you. Would we all of a sudden say that they don't have capacity to do it? Because their capacity, the capacity of the DC is as good as the capacity of the people that he's working with. So if the staff of the assembly, the coordinating director, the key staff, that the planning, budget, all the finance, all the key human resources that the DC is meant to work with, if they are weak, then the DC will be weak, right? And it is not the other way around. The weakness of the DC does not limit the effectiveness of the staff, right? However, the weakness of the staff will limit the effectiveness of the DC. So that point, I don't think is a strong point.
Okay, good. Gamale, I agree with you in your submissions, but there is a challenge here. The DC is supposed to be the political head. It's supposed to be the chief executive of the district. I appreciate your concerns that, look,
David,
totality.
Sorry, David, just to add that, you know, the point is that the DC, if the DC does not have control over the staff, right, as in hiring and firing, that is the challenge. That is a bigger problem, right? Because if the DC is in charge of his staff, they know that, look, that's the man. And the DC can also invest fully in the staff, or the assembly can invest fully in the staff, knowing that these people belong to us until they find a job somewhere else and move, right? It is not that they're going to invest their resources, build capacity, and then within a month, the person is even transferred without their notice, right? That in itself is a challenge. So I'm not sure that the capacity of DCs should be highlighted as the challenge.
Normally, I appreciate what you also submitted now. So the ability of the DC to control the staff, kind of leverage that he should have in doing that. The fact that transfers of staff are not within the domain of the DCE. But I still believe that the quality of the DCE is also critical. The quality of the DCE as a leader is critical for him to have that capacity to control staff, even within the limits that he has to work with, in terms of not being able to hire and fire. And also, I mean, manage the issues about transfer. I mean, transfers, so long as the local government service continues to facilitate that process, at least they engage with the RCCs. And we can also get the central government to also gradually, I think the Act made provision for that. That until provision is made, staff shall be hired and fired by the local government service. But so when do we have this thing done? And that is the transformation agenda we are proposing. So it's a mix of everything. Isn't it, Gamale?
David, we're saying that what would be better to do would be say, okay, let's start with those who can afford it, right? Take the metros, take the municipalities, and start a pilot with them. That's an option.
Okay, so that's the recommendation.
But I want us to go back to the issue about the quality of the DC. When you say quality, what do you mean? Remember that
so you know, you cannot.
when we're working on, wait, when we're working on 936, we try to put qualifications and what have you in there. And when it got to Parliament, right, it was taken out because they are basic principles. Okay, the Constitution outlines who qualifies to do what, right? It does not say that you need to have this number of degrees before you can step up the plate, right? So as much as nobody is expecting that we won't put dummies in the DC position. However, the Constitution itself, unless we change the Constitution, any kind of parameters that we put, yes, because even the president, apart from the basic parameter that it should be 40 years and above, there is no other qualification there.
Maybe without criminal record.
Criminal record.
Yeah.
So yes, those kinds of parameters you can put there, that they shouldn't have a criminal record, they shouldn't do this, they shouldn't. But even that, if somebody's had a criminal record in the past, does that mean that criminals should not be given the opportunity? That's another. It's a value judgment.
Okay.
Right, and then when it comes to elections, right? Since we are moving towards the future, in elections, did you say that they should put in a mechanism to determine, before you can contest the election, you should have a first degree, right? This is local governance we are talking about, David. Are we going to put in place parameters to say that you need to have a certain qualification before you step up? No. They don't need it, right? Okay, the people they are working with, once they have a good coordinating director and a solid staff, they are good to go.
How do you deal with the issues of accountability?
Good. So how do you deal with the issue of accountability?
Yeah.
That's about stewardship. Yes. Right? So we need to improve discretion.
So who do we hold responsible if something goes wrong? Is it the DC or the bureaucrats with him?
Of course, if you're holding people responsible at the local level, who are the leadership of the local of the district, right? So if you elect the DC, yes, then you hold the DC accountable. So what he needs to do if he's elected. So remember, we are talking about two things here. We are talking about elected DCs, and then we are talking about appointed DCs right now. So the election is for the future, and then the appointed ones now, right?
Okay.
So in terms of the systems that you have to put in place, improve.
Are we losing Tamale here?
Hello? Hello? David.
No, we nearly lost you.
I am saying that we need to improve. Oh, okay. We need to improve in the area of discretionary powers. Okay, because yes, but that's by way of the citizens. Because what's happening is that we have two cases here. We're talking about the future by way of electing MMDCs, and then we're talking about now the status quo where the DC is appointed. So maybe we need a hybrid right now, something that will put in place for transformation, and then put in place interim measures until we move over to the new dispensation.
All right.
Right, because of course, when it comes to accountability, once the person is elected, the people, will determine, right? The people will determine.
All right, that is fine.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much.
We the modes of governance and methods of governance, right? So the modes of governance and then the methods. And then we need strong bureaucratic capacity at all levels, and then we need to strengthen the capacity of the people to be able to engage government. So to engage with their DCs, their coordinating directors,
hold on.
because some people, they're even afraid to go. We're dealing with accountability now. Some people are even afraid to go to their
citizens to engage. Good, Gamale. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you are done. So the issue about the disconnect, this is how we deal with it.
David,
so please. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Gamale. I hope you are done now. Hello, Felix. Hello, Felix. Felix.
Hello, yes, sir.
Please, do we have any gaps in any of the areas? Show us the gaps so that we plug in the loopholes. I think a lot has been said in this area.
This is a suggestion, so we add it to the national disease.
Yes. So we appreciate the variety of the submissions. So it's okay. Yeah. So now we are on administrative decentralization. How do we make our departments more functional?
Yeah.
And the staff appreciating their roles. What suggestions do we have to do it with this problem? And administrative decentralization, the first bullet. But Felix, the proposal down there is good for that response. Copy the last one and put it there. It's good.
This one?
Yes. Copy and put it up.
David.
Yes, Gamale.
Okay, so for starters, we need to ask ourselves, do we have the full complement of the departments at the local level?
Exactly. Felix, add that to it.
So when
they need to have the full complement of the departments. And they should be fully devolved.
Your assembly. Yes. Do you have the full complements of the department? Now, some departments are Schedule 1, others are Schedule 2. Okay, that's Schedule 2, some of them we have issues with them, like health, education, you know, trade, right? Cooperatives. Now, that's a different conversation altogether. We need to work on the laws, right? That's one thing. Now, when it comes to those that do not need, you know, laws to be passed, do we have them? Do we have them currently established? Right? So the OHLGS needs to ensure that all the departments, when you go into every district assembly right now, if it's a district, it should have 11 departments, right? If it's a municipality, it should have 13 departments. If it's a metro, it should have 16.
Yes, Felix. Gamale dropped. So Felix, proceed to the next one. I think you've articulated the issue.
David.
Yes, Gamale.
So I was saying that, you know, administrative capacity, right? Is a function of a key element, right? Human resources, then financial resources. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we have all the people? So this is a build up on the department. We have the departments fully staffed with people, right? And number two, do they have the resources? Are the monies released to them? So when they do their budgets, right, and their plans,
so
do they get the money?
So Felix, add that they should be integrated
on here who will tell us, you know, that they don't get their money.
Provided with the financial resources to perform their given mandates. So that is instructive for the discussion.
Absolutely.
So you decentralize that great department,
they need the money.
and the staff move, but the the funds that they need to perform now becomes a problem. Funds are transferred to the district to be given to them, and the politics begin. And depending on the chief executives, the coordinating the finance of what they agree on, then they assign or they release the funds. We need to think about that system. Do we need to have such funds transferred directly to the departments? Meanwhile, what kind of financial regime will be required to operate such a mechanism, where the Ministry of Finance, based on budgetary allocations, transfers funds directly to departments of assemblies that have been fully devolved? So these are the things that we should be looking at. But thank you very much, Gabriel, for your input. Felix, how are we doing with fiscal decentralization?
Fiscal decentralization.
So let's propose our strategies, then we can wind up quickly. Did we make any submission on LED?
No, there was no submission on LED.
Okay, so let's address the fiscal decentralization areas and proceed.
Okay.
Very quickly, please.
So David.
Yes.
Okay, so we in the area of fiscal decentralization, right? One of the major challenges we have is a lack of oversight, scrutiny and oversight, right? At that level, you know, DCs and coordinating directors are spending money that they don't, you know, the internal auditors, for instance, do not have a role to play, right? So what is the role of the internal auditor? Now, you would find that year in, year out, the Auditor General's report, this is external audits, they come out with infractions that assemblies have, you know, the funds that are not accounted for, inappropriate spending and what have you, right? They highlight a lot of issues that relate to stewardship. So what are we going to do, right? Because even if they give them all the money, if they give them 60%, if assemblies are giving 60% of all of the revenues that are generated by the state, year in, year out, you know, infractions highlighted in the Auditor General's report. So that's something we need to deal with. And who are we going to hold responsible? You know, so what is missing? What's lacking?
So, Senior Gamale, so from your submission, probably you are trying to call for strengthening or giving more authority to the internal auditor to be able to help in the control systems in the assembly.
I believe that's one of it, right? Because it would help improve stewardship. But then there's yeah.
So with respect to the internal auditor, the functions are clearly stated in law. We have audit committees in place. What is the problem? Is it a case that it's lack of knowledge? Or is the general mindset that, look, I'm determined to break the system? We must be able to establish what the problems are. Maybe do an analysis of the infractions, government infractions, financial management infractions, and then maybe detail out specific recommendations to deal with all the variety of infractions. There's so much noise in the background. Kindly mute your mics if you are not speaking, please. Kindly mute your mics if you are not speaking. Okay. So Felix, are we in business? Hollywood, Tamale.
Yes, please.
Holyland, Tamale, please mute your mic. Holyland. No, you mute your mic.
Can the host mute their mic?
Far away from the host, so. So Felix, how are we doing? Please help.
Yes, we are on. However, there are a few issues that we need to consider. One is the low revenue generation of the assembly that will be linked to the assembly delivery. And then the level of autonomy for assemblies to be able to generate more, because there seems to be central government and other agencies or actors fighting with local government to generate revenue. So the first issue is the autonomy. I think as I suggested that the autonomy should be expanded. How should it be expanded? Please, are we together?
Felix, please proceed and wind up quickly for us. I'm
Okay,
going to the other groups to bring them into the plenary so that we can close the sessions, please. Please proceed to wind up quickly. And you'll be making the presentation on behalf of our group.
Okay.
So you share the screen and everything, and then we go. So I'm going to the other groups. Please continue. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you guys for joining us. We are grateful.
Okay, thank you. Senior Luis, please, are you there? Are you still there? Mr. Champo.
Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Champo, yeah, thank you very much for responding. I just want clarification on your suggestion that the allocation of the DACF should be pegged with the MMDA's and efforts in generating local revenues. Is it not the case already with the responsive factor?
Okay, partially. But
yes.
what I meant is that, yes, it should be clearly influenced. The ability of the MMDA to generate local resources should be pegged or should be a yardstick. So if, for instance, in the Ashanti region, and we have this number of MMDAs, and we see the performance of the MMDAs in their local resource mobilization in the sense of IGF or whatever, and we see the IGF component as a percentage to the total revenue that is generated by the assembly, then that percentage could be factored or to influence the disbursement or percentage that they should receive from the DACF. Not currently as it is, there is some kind of a flat rate to say that for district assemblies, they are receiving this percentage or this amount. For metro and municipal, they are getting this. So it's like more of influence from the
incentive, because an incentive. So it should be stated that if you're able to generate this amount in your local area, this percentage of the DACF will come to you.
Will be added to you. Good.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you too. So, Raya, please, if you are there, can you respond? Raya. Raya, good. Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. What's the question?
Okay, if you can hear me. So earlier on, you were linking the impact that political decentralization will have on fiscal decentralization, well noted. And you were talking about that at party level because of the poor services and probably lack of development. So the citizens do not see the development.
Yes,
Therefore,
yes.
it does not encourage them to participate in the decision making or even the governance entirely.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And talking
So
about
what
the
could
way
be a
forward.
suggestion for us to rectify it?
Yeah, I think one suggestion would be to implement something like positive discrimination in terms of the common fund, the sharing of the common fund. Some of the assemblies are very poor. Their economies are not that buoyant. So, for instance, there are not a lot of commercial activities from which they can rake IGF. So those assemblies should be helped. They should be propped up by being given a lot more of the common fund so that with time, they can also be on their feet. That's one suggestion I think I can make.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Felix, we are about going to the main plenary.
Okay.
So you got to wind up. Otherwise, your
We are done.
discussion will disrupt.
We are done.
Thank you very much, Felix. But so there was no provision for local economic development, Felix.
Yeah, there was nothing on local economic
Such an important area.
Yes. I don't know if we can make at least a suggestion, because yeah, dear participants, if we can see, because the industrialization agenda, the 1B1F, the planting for food and jobs, local industries are key. No matter how strong the administrative angle of decentralization is, if we don't have strategies to pop up the local economy.
Sir?
Yes, please. Yes, Royal.
The local government, the assemblies, I believe they should be supported in terms of technical to identify and then so that they could be developed if it's a factory, if so under planting for export and rural development, for instance.
Yes.
Government should bend over and support some of these districts to come up economically.
Thank you.
interest of the citizens. There is also the issue of pressure brought to bear on the chief executive by party people. So their decisions become so partisan. Because they are afraid that if their own party decides to get rid of them, they don't have anywhere to turn. Again, we noted that the lack of accountability is affecting development, especially in the area of corruption. If we look at procurement, in terms of procurement, there are issues of procurement because there is no transparency and people are not responding to the needs of the citizens. I mean, the political leaders are not. So it's very important to bring in executive performance management system to ensure that chief executives are accountable. They will know that at the end of the day, they are going to be judged by their performance. However, the group also knows that we shouldn't leave this downward accountability to just the chief executive. We must demand accountability of assembly members because they must also account to their own people about this. So in principle, the group accepted that there must be a scheme set with clear parameters to check downward accountability, and it's indeed acceptable to the group that executive performance management system should be established.
Then the next point was the election of MMPCs on partisan or non-partisan basis. In principle, everybody in the group accepted that there should be the direct election of MMPCs. In fact, of the 6-member group, 5 accepted fully that we should go the partisan route. Not one with strong opinions about the challenges to partisanship. Drew attention to the fact that we should be very careful going the full partisan. But by and large, the whole group believes that election is very important. Some of the key issues that we considered were security considerations. And then this was countered by the fact that, notwithstanding the fears some opponents of direct election have expressed about the fact that if you elect a chief executive, he may not be in support of the government directly, and that could affect security. We are of the opinion as a group that the current system has not worked. And if a system has not worked, we cannot continue practicing that system, but must find a way out of it. That is why we all unanimously agree to the direct election of MMPCs. Then we came to the issue to do with representation of traditional authorities. And here we were looking at chiefs, and then we also considered marginalized groups, which included women, youth, and PWDs. Offhand, the group took out the youth because a majority, in fact, all of us agree that the youth has got a fair representation in our local government system. Indeed, we were of the view that most youth have found their way into the assembly system. So there's no need to find a way of looking after the representation of the youth. But for chiefs and for the women, people with people living with disabilities, we needed to look after their interests. Another group was introduced, which is technocrats. I mean, people, professionals who are not interested in protesting for election, were rather introduced into the discussions. That the group is of the opinion that when this whole idea of 1/3 appointed members were brought about, the choice was to go for technocrats, professionals who could be brought in to provide certain services. So those are the things that the group talked about. In fact, when we tried looking at the issues that are accounted for, why they are not getting enough chiefs into the assemblies, it was noted that sometimes the partisan consideration and how even some chiefs are viewed led to some of the chiefs being disregarded. For instance, in our instant case in Forum-Tamale, for instance, where we are, I believe, there are even serious considerations as to the selection of some of the people, the level of consultation that goes with it. Sometimes, maybe the party in power might perceive some chiefs to be on their side, so they will not consult chiefs who they perceive to be on the other side. And this can lead to some of these challenges. Again, when it comes to women, we noticed that several considerations, there are cultural considerations, there are religious considerations, because in terms of religion, some religions do not accept leadership of women. So it affects our getting more women to come into politics. Furthermore, it was noted that the women are also disadvantaged because you may go into politics and your husband can tell you to stop it, or politics can affect your marriage. Again, the robust nature, if I may use the word robust, sometimes very hard things are said against women. When you tell some men about some of these things, they may not be too much bothered. For instance, if you falsely accuse a woman of infidelity, it affects that woman more than accusing a man of infidelity. So these things work against women. So there's a need to help them. The final point we considered was the payment of monthly allowances to assembly members. And this was also unanimously agreed. And the group is of the opinion that because assembly members are not receiving the necessary allowances, it is affecting their performance. And we must accept to pay them something. But this payment of allowances must not be a charge on the assembly. For the moment, it should be a charge on the consolidated fund. However, assemblies will still be supported to improve their revenue mobilization. And that can be done through removal of some of the corrupt acts that are affecting the work of the assemblies, and also helping them to improve their efficiency in terms of identifying innovative systems of revenue generation. Thank you.
This is another round of applause for the first group. We would move straight to the Zoom group and their findings in terms of political decentralization. Felix will make the submissions for you. So please, Felix, unmute your phone and proceed with the, you can share the screen as well. You can share the screen. Because they work there, so they were able to put together their submission. So the view size increasing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cheusu.
Please proceed.
Okay. So from the Zoom group, these are the few things that we considered. The first was that please, can I proceed?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay. So yeah, one issue that came up, we also agree on the election of DCEs. As to whether it should be partisan is still under consideration. But if for now, the urgent need is to get them elected, and then probably we can start from the non-partisan level, and in future, we can go back into a more partisan process. So that was what we suggested. However, there is also an issue of a bit of low capacity across board, not all MMDCs, but over the years, there have been complaints about the capacity of MMDCs. Therefore, there is a consideration that at least within the metros and the municipal assemblies, there should be that consideration of some minimum qualification to get our DCEs before they can put themselves up for the non-partisan elections. So a basic qualification for DCEs should be considered, so that at least the qualities of leaders are key in terms of driving development. A bigger issue that we also discussed was the political will. We think that with all of this, even though there have been an opportunity that has led by, there should be, again, a reconsideration to that. And the interest of the center on local government issues should be reduced so that there should be enough political will to get everything done for the local authorities. There should be that element of high autonomy for the local authorities. Then a bigger issue that we also considered was a clear disconnect between local government and citizens. Therefore, from the demand side to ensure accountability and capacities of citizens should be also considered. There's quite a bit of training for the mainstream actors of local government, assembly members, administrators, the politicians, but the citizens. It seems that when it comes to training or orientations, there's a bit of limitation there. So there should be more interest in building the capacities of citizens to effectively engage our duty bearers. So on the political decentralization, these are the few things that we discuss, and we also agree on the resourcing of assembly members.
Thank you very much, our participants from the Zoom. Give them a hand. Stay good. Administrative decentralization, the service commission. Mr. Richard, please join us here.
And when it's also done, the Zoom brethren will also add their questions.
Thank you very much. It was a group of 6. We deliberated on administrative decentralization and service provision. First, the group observed that the issue of recruitment and posting by the local head of local government service of staff is not in conformity with staffing norms. So this leads to overstaffing and understaffing in some districts. The second challenge the group observed was the over-centralization of recruitment process. And when they are even doing the recruitment, the RCC, those who are supposed to liaise between the district assemblies and the head of local government service. But sometimes the staff are posted directly to the district assembly without recognizing the RCC. Then 3, there's inadequate office space for some departments. This is linked to the first one where staff are recruited and sent to the district assembly, and there's no office space for them because the infrastructure is not adequate enough to give all of them office accommodation. The 4th point is the measure of some departments is creating some bit of conflict among staff, and there's a need for reorientation of side departments. An example has been the social welfare and community development, which have been merged, and it's like there have been some sort of leadership issues among the two. So the 5th is lack of capacity building and effective orientation of newly recruited staff. We observe that this has brought about the inability of such staff to be able to perform to their best. Then we have lack of cooperation between bureaucrats and political heads due to inadequate resources. What this meant to us was that basically district assemblies were dependent on central government resources. And because some of these resources are not substantial, or even some are very erratic in terms of, especially the district assembly common fund, in terms of release and budget cuts. Other departments of the assembly often have issues with political heads when it comes to release of funds. As we noted earlier this morning, some are even spent before arrival. Then the group also observed a lack of operational logistics. There are a lot of assemblies that lack computers and then other logistics that they need to use, to work more effectively and efficiently. There's also this poor maintenance culture of infrastructure and services provided. The group observed that there's this lackadaisical attitude in terms of taking care of infrastructure and services provided at the district level, leading to deterioration and sometimes complete demise of such infrastructure. And I think earlier on this morning, the main presenter made mention of things such as street lights and then other infrastructure that have been provided. We also observed that some caliber of staff, such as spatial and physical planners, are lacking in some of the MMDAs, while others are over, staffed. And then some inconsistencies in the Local Government Act, Act 936. For instance, the DPCU is chaired by the coordinating director, and the district planning officer is the secretary. Sometimes the district planning officer is referred to as the convener. They feel those areas should be reviewed. In terms of recommendations, we came out with the fact that human resource assessment prior to recruitment and posting should be done. Decentralization of the recruitment of, for instance, auxiliary staff, such as drivers and other auxiliary staff, should not come from the center. At least locally, they can recruit them. Staff should be posted through the RCCs to the district assemblies. And they should also be provision of adequate infrastructure, especially the newly created regions and district assemblies. There's the need for orientation for such many departments as we identified earlier to fully understand the rules and functions to avoid conflict. There's also the need for career progression training to be instituted to build the capacity of staff to perform effectively. We also propose the need to improve local revenue generation through some resource mapping. Then we also think that there should be increase, the basic rate should increase from the current 9 pesos to at least 5 cities. That would reduce the overdependence on central government transfers. And then there must be operational and maintenance plans. And this should be accompanied with resource commitments. And lastly, we should review the DPCU part of the Local Government Act, Act 936. Thank you very much.
Great, Felix, please move straight and share your screen. The gaps, you can fill it with what you found out in the Zoom group discussions, administrative research. Yes, Felix.
So I'll call you back. I'll call you back. Hello. Yes. So please, can I proceed?
Please do, go ahead.
Okay. So for our part, for administrative decentralization, largely also agree with the other group, fiscal participants, that there is that element of some unclear responsibility. So what we are looking at is that there is that element that the integration of other departments are not there. So it's important that we do a better integration so that everyone will know his or her role. There should not be any conflict of roles and responsibilities, which if it does affect the cohesion of the district assembly. So we are suggesting that as presently, we have found out that there are some assemblies lacking their full complement of departments. So in that principle, we need to get, as a matter of urgency, all the districts, or the metros should have their departments in place so that they can have at least their minimum required staff to man them, especially the departments which do not require the enactment of law should be done immediately. And as such, they should be provided with enough financial resources so that, as we say, resources, funds must go with the functions given to them. In line of having these departments too, we want there to be effective introduction of a performance assessment system, which is a bit rigorous and more detailed to elicit the innovations of public servants or the administrators at the district level, so that they can be more accountable to the citizens, especially opportunity for citizens to use social audit to understand the issues, so that the MMDAs, those who are able to perform well, are awarded, and also the list published for everyone to see. Another challenge that I believe that came up in our discussion is from the migration of staff from the civil service to the local government service. The group appreciated that it has been done, but it has come with some elements of challenges. Therefore, we are proposing emphatically that it's time that we go into the laws and constitution to allow, in quote, the district assemblies or the district chief executives, if they are elected, to appoint, to recruit their own staff. And if they're able to hire, and that element of also fire, they'll be able to build the capacity of their own staff, because they will now have a sync that as an administrator, you are implementing my vision as a district chief executive, to which the people have elected me to do. So I'll be able to invest in you. Those who don't have capacity, to be the responsibility of the district, led by the district chief executive, to build the capacities of the staff. So in terms of administrative decentralization, this is our proposal that we have made.
Excellent. Felix,
thank you.
We realize from these submissions on administrative decentralization that it's not just about elections. The reforms is bigger than that. We are seeing that we should be able to resource our staff to do their work, issues about departmental intimidation, instead of issues about performance management, issues about motivation of staff, and both political functionaries and powers. Very straightforward submission so far. Now we go to fiscal decentralization. Fiscal decentralization, yes, for
So, according to our fiscal decentralization, we identify the issues and then we come up with the strategies. And as we all know, from political administrative, we need resources to accompany all these other aspects. So the first issue that from our we identify is that the main issues at the assemblies and even at the national level is that our tax nets are not wide enough. So we are not capturing enough people to pay or into the tax net, but we are continuously paying those who are already paid. So the main issue we identify is that we should strategy widen their tax net. So what are the strategies that we need to widen the tax net? First of all, we need to intensify education and sensitization of our constituent or our taxpayers or our local people. Education and sensitization on the need to pay, why they should pay is very, very important. And then when we've done the education and they've understood why they should pay the taxes, then we need to enforce the laws devoid of political polarization. what we find out in most of our assemblies is that we usually have a fear because of this political, the political nature of our communities, where some people, we are afraid to confront them because we think they are too powerful. But where we made them to understand the system and know why they should pay, we can enforce the law. So where they are defaulters, we'll make the laws to work, devoid of whatever political delineation they come from. We must also institute accountability medium. So if you are asking people to pay, you must be accountable to the resources that you receive from them. So you should be accountable through the collection and then the usage. Let them see physical use of the resources. It could just be a simple toilet that you build at the market center. That this is a product of your market tool that you come up with. And then we should also have a reliable, if we want to widen the pattern, we should have a reliable database of rateable properties at the deeds. All the deeds must have up-to-date, reliable database of rateable properties. It's very, very important. And then the easy way to collect and widen the pattern is that we should have functioning substructures. Where the substructures are well functioning, it is easier to collect these rates that most of the districts are not able to collect. And if you actually follow the research, it is said that where they are functioning substructures, their revenue levels are higher. Okay. So the next one is that we in the group also agree that there is a need for improvement of our district assembly. Okay. The 5% is not good enough. Cannot serve the purpose, because if we say the local people must address their local issues, and all problems are local, it means that resources, majority of resources must be focused to the local, at the local level. So the 5% is not enough. And then we are advocating for at least a 10% increment in the central government allocation to the district assembly common fund. And how can we do this? We are advocating through the usual double approach, through advocacy at the local level, the CSOs, our traditional authorities, everybody on board to advocate, said that the central level will listen to the need to increase this ability. We also identify that the shared formula of the district assembly common fund does not address the issue of equity. We are not talking about equality. We know that it is difficult to achieve universal equality, but equity issues. We know that the district assemblies, the metros, and then the municipalities have different avenues of revenues targets. The metros can collect more. There are a lot of sources of revenue collection than the district assemblies. So we are saying that the sharing should focus more on the district assemblies, so that it will ginger the metros, and then we force the metros and the municipalities to open up and collect more on their own. And then we also said the sharing formula for the district assembly common fund need to be based on up-to-date data. The sharing formula, it needs to be based on up-to-date data. Okay, the next one is on. We also identified that the problem of the non-functioning of our substructures. I think I went to. The last one is our inability in the district assemblies to collect basic rates. Basic rates. Some of them are debt sources. We need to resurrect them. How do we do this? We said that so one of the main strategies is that to use technologies avenues that exist to us now, that used not to exist, like the Momo source and other account medium that can enable easy collection with less cost. Okay, we also said the local government should strengthen their internal revenue collectors to come up with innovative means of collecting these rateable basically. Thank you very much.
Yes,
okay, thank you. With fiscal decentralization, we also align ourselves that there is the issue of citizens' apathy because they have not really seen the development. So we have the recommendation that there are some districts which are very, very poor in terms of their available resources to deliver effective services. Therefore, we are recommending that there should be some element of positive discrimination in the distribution or allocation of the district assemblies common fund, said that those who are poor should receive big enough, not in terms of any criteria, but they should be able to have more of the district common fund so that it can push them to a higher level, and then we'll be able to know that the citizens will feel the sense of service delivery and development. Then the issue of, in terms of autonomy of the MMDS in mobilizing revenues, we also want to recommend that there should be high level of autonomy to expand the resource base of the district assembly in collecting revenues. Central government seems to be collecting too much and even at the backyard of local government. Therefore, we should allow local government or the MMDAs to have that higher autonomy to collect the resources or the revenues that they deserve to help them deliver services to the people. We also want to recommend that there should be an analysis of the financial management infractions that are always identified in the Auditor General's report, so that we'll be able to know exactly where the problem is, so that we can target solution around that area. It's even there's that general understanding that there are always infractions, but whose fault? Where is the issue? Is it the lack of role from the internal auditor, or other committees are not responding? So we'll be able to know and then tackle the issues thereof. So these are the clear ones that we identified. And we also say that there should be some element of incentive or motivation to the local, the MMDS. We know already that there's some component of the district assemblies common fund which is tied to local mobilization or the internally generated funds. But we are suggesting that there should be a stated percentage that if you are able to mobilize this much in your local area, this is the exact percentage that you will get from the district assembly's common fund. So it should be clearly stated as a way of motivating the district assemblies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Felix. Now, lastly, but not the least, we are going to get submission from the local economic team, Mr. Sanya.
Thank you, Dave. The group agreed with speakers for proposals on local economic development because the concept is emerging in our domain and relatively new. We think that everything new should be approached step by step. And so for a start, the group agreed that proposals to be a very solid foundation for a led takeoff. However, we made a few proposals along the way. Dr. Waki talked about serious work on building the capacity and attitude of every place that on lead. That is good. But for a start, we think that there should be aggressive sensitization, not only for the MMP staff. If we build the capacities of the MMP staff, what about the beneficiaries of the lead process, the citizens? They will have a critical role to play. And so we think that there should be an aggressive sensitization, first of all, on that animal called local economic development. What are the objectives? What is the rationale? Who are the stakeholders behind the lead process? So we think that sensitization is important. And the objectives of lead in medium to long-term objective should be known by all stakeholders. These stakeholders must again know the roles and responsibilities that they are playing in the lead endeavor. Again, we think that there's the need to strengthen the institutional arrangement of local economic development at the assembly level. As we speak, the best of the good storage, lead is being treated as usual, as the way we deal with the planning processes. We capture lead issues as part of the medium-term development activities of the assembly. But we all know the critical role that lead plays. If lead is successful, it is a game changer. So we think there should be institutional arrangement, local at the assembly level. So that if you work with us and want any information about lead, there should be a dedicated officer who should be able to give you whatever information. So we think there should be solid institutional arrangement, educated staff at the assembly level. We are talking about lead, the need for an aggressive lead. The key question the group identified is what is within the national policy on lead. The best of the knowledge of the group, the national local economic development policy is still in the draft form. If we think that lead is the best way to do, if we think that lead is the game changer, and our national local economic development policy is still in the draft form, are we not engaging in the one whose case? So we need to finalize the lead national policy so that it serves as broad guidance for other MNDAs. The second proposal by Doc was on the need for mapping of indigenous resources. That is perfect. If we want to take advantage of our localities, create jobs, reduce income, end poverty, and so on and so forth. You cannot be seen to be taking advantage of your area when in the first place you don't know what to have. What do you have? There's the need for mapping. And we think that these mapping can be done effectively by the local people themselves. And the group is proposing the need for a strengthening of the disaster resource practice. Because if you go into their establishing act, their role is local resource mobilization. When these structures are strengthened, it becomes very easy for the identification of and the mapping of these resources, so that we know that these resources exist here, they exist here, and they exist in these localities. Again, we are proposing that the map out resources should be categorized: natural, institutional, human, so that when this categorization is done, we will be able to come out with a competitive and comparative advantage. Because two communities will have the same resources, but effectively one of them will have an advantage over the other. And so we think that these resources should be categorized so that a comparative advantage is taken and also the value chain determined. On localizing 1D, 1F, we said that there should be a bottom-up approach in all levels. You and I have into the problems that have come up as far as 1D, 1F is concerned. We are proposing that implementation should not be driven by local political, should not be driven by political actors. It should be driven by local technocrats and experts. Because if we are saying that local governance is about solving local problems, what is the business of the center coming to the local level policies? So 1D, 1F should be localized. Again, coordination, there should be coordination and collaboration of all actors and institutions that have direct and indirect as far as 1D, 1F is concerned. And finally, the implementation should be left into the hands of the local institutions, because decentralization is local governance. It's about local government. If decentralization and local governance is about local government, it is only local level institutions who can do the implementation effectively. Folks, give yourself a round of applause. Time is fast, 10 minutes past 5. That was too much for me. Thank you for bearing with us, having the patience and bearing the process. Number one induction. Two things will take place now. Number one, so what next? What next? So the director and our lead speaker will address the what next. What do we do from here? Then our chairman will wind up the discussions for us after the director. So please let's invite Dr. President.
Thank you very much, David. I wouldn't spend much of your time here. Going forward, this, as we said from the beginning, it's not going to be another talk show. You know, we come here, talk, blah, 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 and that is it. No. So what we are going to do is, having heard all the submissions from you, from the groups, from the northern sector, and we have done a proper summary, trying to bring all stakeholders from different aspects to represent the northern sector. We are putting all of the propositions that we have made, all the submissions, into a resolution for another sector from local governance participants forum, and you are all members. We will put all of this into a resolution sent to you for your agreement. And if you agree, we will put your name on it. But these are the people who, on the 30th day of March, met in Tamale and resolved as follows. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we are going to use that for our next high-level senior policy engagement. First, with the IMCC, local government service, and the executives, Ministry of Local Government, and Parliament. And we have a steering committee, the local government participates for a high-level body, as a steering committee, made up of the Ministry of Local Government, the IMCC representative office of the president, the NALA representing all local government, all associations of local government, yes. Then we have a LOCNET representing civil society. The IGS representing the convener representing research and trade institutions. That is exactly. So we are going to make this, we are going to present the resolution to them. We intend also presenting it to, once we have meeting with executives, we also present it to the parliamentary select committee in a breakfast meeting. We want to push that bubble up. And so next week, we will put all of this resolution together, all the proposals into one resolution. But we will first send to you the wording. You know, sometimes once you begin to condense issues, you may put it in a sentence or what that may not be a true reflection. And so we want to come back to you with a resolution right to you. And if you agree that this is exactly a true reflection of your proposals, we will then present it because we want to let the public have the pressure coming from you that we want to do something. So those transformations, and this fits perfectly into the 2024 National Decentralization Policy. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are going to do, the way forward with that, and we will let you know the resolution of the House. Thank you very much.
Great. So all this we've come to the close of this important. Very much privileged to have the chairman of the forum here on this throughout the program, and now he's bringing us his person report. So help me invite Engineer Salif. We appreciate ourselves and all together. First and foremost, I think first of all, I would like to thank our invitation at this event today. I also want to thank various guests, both virtual, face-to-face, for engaging all the participants. These very important topics, captivating discussions. Sure. It was very interesting hearing insights on political decentralization, local governance, administrative decentralization, effective service, efficiency, fiscal decentralization, and local economic. I must say that these four thematic areas form the 6 thematic areas that constitute the national decentralization policy. What we have discussed today has to do with popular participation and decentralized planning. And I know other events will realize discussions as we go. And, as an institution responsible for coordinating the implementation of the National Decentralization Policy and Strategy 2020-2024, the IFC is encouraged by the issues discussed here today, clearly represents what have been captured broadly in the National Decentralization Policy. We hope that we will collaborate to form local governance in Ghana. I hope that going forward, we should all try and lay hands as practitioners of the National Decentralization Policy, which is the government who sets the agenda for decentralization of the country. And I wish to take this opportunity to suggest that, I want to react to the issues which keep coming up. The area of the local economic policy that was designed and drafted, validated, and approved just before we went for elections. Well, where, as I indicated earlier, the president is still in the process of appointing all the political heads who normally lead policy discussions in regards to decentralization. And the process, the local economic policy and action plan has been approved, and we are only awaiting publication. Once the policy and action plan are publicized, we would come back to practitioners for us to all put our hands on them and try the local growth. We all know that if we really want to succeed as a country and try to continue our decentralization, we can only do that through government locally and local revenue mobilization. Also, there's a number of recommendations coming up about incentivizing local authorities on staff, on assemblies, do more. I want to assure you that the district performance assemblies to the DACR currently we are just reviewing the indicators to move away from compliance to real performance. So there are new indicators that we are bringing us on. As soon as we
we're able to put it together, come back with endorsement before the next assessment coming in June. So let's be rest assured that our contributions will be big. I must stress that it's important for us to all recognize that our discussions transform decentralization, local governance will be relevant if only we situate this in the context of government's agenda to spread its out in the policy. So I want to once again, some of us spend so much time, give another round of applause to ourselves. I therefore want to thank all of you for actively participating and cooperating with the chairman to steer this forum session. Thank you all. Have a blessed one. Please do it again for the chairman. So a word of thanks by minutes, Mr. Chairman. Maybe thereafter, we shall take minutes. Go publish numbers, second, all decisions.
First of all, we thank God for how far He has brought us and for making this program successful. Our next application goes to our sponsors, they include for giving us this opportunity. We express our appreciation to our next appreciation goes to our participants who have stayed with us from the beginning of this time and your insightful contributions. We also express our appreciation to our participants for joining us and contributing. We wish all a safe day. Thank you.
So much. Thank you all once again. Yes, Saya, please. By way of announcement, when we are done, we'll make sure to provide some transport, something to send it back to your destinations.
Ya Allah, thank you for being, thank you for seeing us in the wisdom. Restore in terms of how we move our mission forward. Thank you again as well. Thank you, lessons for use of our community. All of this, we say, now back up.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Please go to the secretariat and make a study out.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I guess the program has come to an end. We appreciate your coming. It has been a long day, and We really are thankful for your full participation.